The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents the Buckeye Stallion Series Finals. The Buckeye Stallion Series Finals are brought to you by the Galbraith Equine Center at the Ohio State University Veterinary Medical Center, caring down to a science. Let's go trackside to Dayton Raceway for the Buckeye Stallion Series Finals.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Dayton Raceway as we get set for Buckeye Stallion Series Finals and the Dayton Derbies. I'm Frank Froz along with Susan Schroeder. Matt Clark is here as well tonight as we've got a great night of racing and we're going to give you a bonus. We're going to show you the first race today, the Filly and Mares Open. We were planning on picking up the broadcast with the first Buckeye Stallion Series race, which is the second race. We'll have those 8 races and then we'll have the 5 Dayton Derby races, but we're going to pick up this one. But Susan, a great night of racing. It's a beautiful night. Nice crowd on hand already.
It is. In the immortal words of the Black Eyed Peas, I got a feeling tonight's going to be a good night.
Wow, a Black Eyed Peas reference.
Yes.
Very unusual. So, but
I was listening on the way down.
Oh, were you? Okay. So with the first race tonight, though, is a Fillies and Mare Open. Purse at $25,000. 8 will go to the gate. The number 1 is Lilu. Brett Miller drives for trainer Jason Brewer. Has won 4 of 30 this year with earnings just under $100,000.
Do It Like Bobby and Tony Hall have the 2-hole. David Elliott is the trainer. Steve Sexton, the owner. This mare has had 16 wins in her life, $254,000 plus, and a record of 49-4 as a 4-year-old.
The number 3 is Anthem. Austin Hanners drives for trainer Michael Hitchcock, and 2/3 for the 6-year-old mare by Sweet Lou.
Alexa Sky and Sam Widger leave from the 4 spot. Virgil Morgan is the trainer. This is a 6-year-old mare owned by Let It Ride Stable and Bottom Line Racing. 24 lifetime wins, $422,000 in earnings, and a mark as a 6-year-old. So this year, she went.
Newsy End. Dan Noble drives for Brewer Adams. It's a 6-year-old mare by Better's Delight. Has hit the board in 13 of 26 this year, finishing first or second 11 times.
Christy Noble trains the 6 Ocean Music. Kane Kaufman's up for Sandra Burnett. This is a 4.
Won 2 of 8 this year.
And Think of Galaxies and Anthony McDonald have the 8-hole. Tim Twaddle's the trainer. $337,000 lifetime. Together have earned $2.4 million.
Let's send it up to
gate. The gate swings around the turn, and there they go. They're often pacing Lilu, fast out of the gate on the inside, up on the outside, pen, paper, page, inducting to the pylons, Do It Like Bobby, up on the outside, 3 wide is Think of Galaxies as they race around the turn, racing 5th, that's Anthem, 6th is Alexa Sky, racing 7th, Newsy Inn and treading the field, Ocean Music, all in straight alignment as they race by the opening quarter. Into the turn, off into the stretch first time, off a quarter in 26-2, on top of the field and showing the way. That's Think of Galaxies and Anthony McDonald. Racing second is Pen Paper Page. Up and moving on the outside, Tony Hall. Do It Like Bobby, now 3rd. Lilu racing 4th. 5th on the outside, Alexis Sky as they race into the turn. Racing 6th on the inside, it's Anthem as they race by the halfway point. Halfway home in 55, 28-3, second panel. On to the backside and the 5/8 mark. Continuing to show the way. Think of Galaxies by a length. Up on the outside, second is Do It Like Bobby. In 3rd, Pen Paper Page. Racing 4th on the outside, it's Alexis Sky. 5th, nowhere to go is Lilu. 6 on the outside, Newsy End begins the chase along with Ocean Music on the outside. At the 3/4, 122-4, 27-4, backside. 3 wide off the turn. That's Alexa Sky and Sam Widger coming on. And here comes Ocean Music and Kane Kaufman. 5 wide into the stretch. Through the lane they come. It's Ocean Music on the outside. Coming right with him is Newsy Inn. In between horses, Alexa Sky. It's all Ocean Music. Photo for place 1. 151 3/5.
151 3/5 for Ocean Music, trained by Christy Noble. Kane Kaufman in the bike. 8th win in 27 starts for the Racing Hill out of the On the Attack mare, Ocean Pearl.
Came from way back, really wide down the stretch, just 51 3. I think the track is going to be fast tonight.
I think you're right, and I believe, and I don't have this, I think Ocean Music is full brother or full sister to Ocean Rock.
I'm pretty sure too.
Yep, I think so. But Kane Kaufman with the win, beautiful gray color. There's a look at Kane.
Wait, somebody asked how many races are tonight, and there are 14 on the card tonight.
14 total races. The first just took place, the Filly and Mares Open. The second through the 9th are the Buckeye Stallion Series races, and 10 through 14 are the Dayton Derbies. There is one consolation Dayton Derby.
6, 5, 4, 1. Unofficial.
So 6, 5, 4, 1. Your top four. Ocean Music going off at 10-1 over Newsien and the favorite Alexa Sky, which was even money.
Making the way to the winner's circle. Noble, the winning trainer. Kane Kaufman with his 6th driving win of the season. 4-year-old mare by Racing Hill of Ocean Pearl. Home a winner in 151 3. Final half 56 3. The final quarter 28 4. In the Midland Acres winner's circle, Ocean Music and Kane Kaufman.
So there is your winner, Ocean Music. Kane Kaufman drives for Christy Noble, owned by Sandra Burnett. Could not tell if Sandra's son, Jim Burnett, was in the winner's circle or not. I imagine he is here, though. I don't think Jim misses many races that any of the family's horses race. In fact, looking over to the winner's circle, yep, there he is coming out. He was in the black shirt. So Ocean Music pays a nice $22.80 to start the night off. The $1 exacta, $31.50.
$1 exacta, 6, 5.
Let's get the rundown from Roger.
50-cent try, 654, 65.35, 20-cent super, 6541, $152.04. Number 1, Lee Lou, 4. The 2, Do It Like Bobby, 6. The 3, Anthem, 7. The 4, Alexa Sky, 3. The 5, Newsien, 2. The 6, Ocean Music, the winner. The 7, Pen Paper Page, 5. The 8, Think of Galaxies, 8. Top down, 4, 6, 7, 3, 2, 1, 5, 8 on the bottom. The mile, 151 3/5. No changes in upcoming second race. Win, place, show, exacta try, superfecta, 50-cent.
No.
5. Races 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Well, that is our first race on the card, and we will now basically pick up where we were supposed to start. For those of you that joined us early, you got a bonus race. For those of you that are joining us right now, we are at Dayton Raceway for the Buckeye Stallion Series finals tonight, along with the 5 Dayton Derby races. This culminates 5 legs of racing that took place across the state for the 2 and the 3-year-old filly and Colt Pacers and Trotters, and they competed in those 5 legs, each leg going for $20,000. They come here to Dayton for the finals. The top 9 get in of the point getters that entered the races, and of those 9, they get a chance now for $75,000.
And this first race, the 2-year-old filly Pacers, it just went down to the 9. That was nobody in the top 9 chose not to go in. So this race is all the top 9. An amazing statistic that I thought all these fillies, You add up their starts together, there's been 88 starts, 35 wins. So these fillies are winning at a 40% clip. That's pretty darn good for 2-year-old pacing fillies.
Going back to something you just said, Susan, you said all top 9 here are entered. As I went through these, almost all of the races have either the top 9 or the top 10.
Yes.
I think there was only one race where we had to go down to 13 maybe that everybody else had not entered, and it was tied up with, so you had the top 9, and, with, like this one you said, we had the top 9, and, it really makes for great racing to see some of these that have gone out, and, we've got a couple that have won 4 legs. We've got one that has won 5 legs, so it's, one of those situations where the best of the Buckeye Stallion Series are here. Now, taking a step back, 2 weeks ago we had Super Night, the Scarlet Championships, and the Gray Championships.
Mm-hmm.
If you raced in the Scarlet Championships, you were not eligible to race in the Buckeye Stallion Series. But if you did race in the Gray Championships, you were eligible. And we've got a couple of horses that have won the Gray Championship, and they are back in tonight. And that's what we talk about, is being able to move from different levels here in Ohio. You can race at the fairs, you can race in the Buckeye Stallion Series, you can move it up, and you can race in, the Ohio Sire Stakes as well.
Yeah, and when you look down the program on these horses, you will see a few of them that did race quite a bit at the fairs. Legend and Crest, she shows racing at Kenton, Findlay, Urbana. So there's a lot of those that bounce back and forth, as you said. And speaking of programs, we don't have the program on our on Harness Racing Ohio, but you can go to the Dayton Raceway website and get that.
You can pull that up there.
You.
So if you want to follow along tonight with the races, you're able to go there and pick those up, and you'll be able to watch and follow along as we get set to go. This is the first one we're going to have tonight will be the 2-year-old filly Pace, purse of $75,000. Let's run those horses down for you. The number 1 is Unbridled Fury. Dan Noble drives for his wife, Christy Noble. Christy's going to try to double up already. She won the first race with Kane Kaufman in the bike. This is a Fear the Dragon filly out of the Some Beach Somewhere mare Balestro, Hanover. 8 starts this year, 2 wins, and 4 third-place finishes, earnings of $28,388. Last time out in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware, finished 3rd, has hit the board in 2 out of 3.
Frontier Dragon and Austin Hanners have the 2 holes. Steve Carter is the trainer for owners Hopper, Gray, Shiv, and Gray. This is a Fear the Dragon filly out of a Real Desire mare, Carol's Desire. This filly has had 8 wins this year out of 14 starts. She is 11 of 14 first, seconds, or thirds. Earnings already of $46,464, so a great year for Frontier Dragon. It has a mark of 53-2 at Scioto Downs. Did race in the Buckeye Stallion Series last start at Delaware and finished 3rd, timed in 55-4.
The number 3 is Legend and Crest. Sam Widger drives for Steve Carter. This bit of a Legend filly is out of Trey Crest, owned by Jay Mossbarger of Washington Courthouse, B4 of Bloomingburg, C. Martin of Bloomingburg, and M. Kemper. 14 starts on the year, has hit the board in 10 with 6 wins, has hit the board in 3 of the last 4. Last time out was at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series, was 8th and distanced, has a mark of 155-1 taken at Scioto. The last win was at Findlay back on August 30th.
And out of the 4 hole, we have Illegal. Kane Kaufman up for trainer Mike Polhamus. Mike also co-owns this horse along with Kevin McQuinn. This is a Western Vintage filly out of a Mach 3 mare, Lemma Machine Baby. 5 wins out of 6 starts, and the other start finished for 2nd. So just a great, great year for Illegal. $59,902 in earnings and a mark of 53-4 at Scioto Downs.
One of those that had won 4 legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series. The number 5 is Fear of Moonlight. Brett Miller drives for Tim Lane. This Fear the Dragon is out of the Western Hanover mare, Western Moonlight, owned and bred by Emerald Highland Farms. Has hit the board in 4 of the last 5. This year, 2 wins in 9 starts. Was a winner 2 back at Northfield in a 2-year-old open event. Fear of Moonlight has a mark of 154-1 taken at Northfield.
Sarah Said and Ken Holliday have the 6th spot. Gary Martin is the trainer, as well as co-owns along with B. Kleinberg Racing, Madison, and Lee Unifer. This filly has also had 5 wins on the year. She's by Well Said out of a Shadow Play mare, Hidden Play. 8 of 10 first, seconds, or thirds. As I said, 5 wins, so has won half of her starts. Has a mark of 53-2 at Scioto. Earnings of 67,891, and 2 starts back was timed in 53-1, finishing second in the $100,000 Gray Consolation.
The number 7 is Naked on a Hill. Jeff Neisonger drives for Mark Winters. 9 starts this year, 4 wins, 4 seconds, and a third. Earnings of $43,954. This Nob Hill High filly is out of the Manhart mare, Naked by 9. Bred and owned by Dennis Shaner. Last time out at Delaware, finished second in the Buckeye Stallion Series, was a winner at Kenton 2-back, was second in points for the Buckeye Stallion Series with 180.
Strictly Perfect and Tyler Smith from the 8-hole. Joseph Lucas is the trainer, also co-owns this horse along with At the Wire Farms of Las Vegas, Nevada. This is a racing hill out of a Western Ideal mare, Perfectionist. 9 starts, 2 wins, 1 second, 2 thirds, $29,000 in earnings, and 54-3 mark at Scioto Downs. Paced 2 miles at Scioto Downs in 54-3 and 54-1, so a very fast filly.
The number 9 is Talk Into the Moon. Aaron Merriman drives for Matthew Burkholder. 9 starts on the year, a win, 3 seconds and 2 thirds. Earnings of $25,800. This Pet Rock is out of Gray Shadow and owned by Dark Horse Farms. Last time out at Delaware, finished 5th. You have to go back to August 2nd for the last time this horse made it to the winner's circle. In fact, the only time it's made it to the winner's circle this year. Went in 155-2, winning by a half a length. So that is the field for the second race today.
And I'm going to step out for just a minute because I forgot to get the carrots out. I don't want any of these horses to win and not get their carrots, so I will be right back.
You go back and get the carrots for the horses. So, Susan is one of these that she has to, the Ohio Harness Horsemen Association, the winners will get a fly sheet blanket today. The grooms will get a bag of goodies for the grooms, and Susan will get Susan to tell us what is in that bag. And then Susan makes sure that the winning horse gets something as well. So she goes out and she stops on the way here and gets carrots, bundles of carrots. So all the winning horses tonight will get a bundle of carrots to enjoy at some point, unless their trainer and grooms decide to eat them before the horses get them. But one of the nice little touches, and then they also, the winning connections also get a Buckeye Stallion Series Finals trophy that will have its name engraved on it as well. So this is the first of the 8 Buckeye Stallion Series Finals. This is the $75,000 final for 2-year-old filly pacers. As we said, all 9 of the top entered. The number 1 was Illegal, which had won 4 legs of the 4 that she had entered. Has hit the board in all 6 races, has won 5 and 1 second. 204 points, $40,000 in Buckeye Stallion Series earnings. Overall has earned $59,902. The number 2 was Naked on the Hill. Naked on the Hill has hit the board in all 9 races this year. Has earnings of $43,954. The number 3 in points was Unbridled Fury. Unbridled Fury, in the last 3 Buckeye Stallion Series races, was 3rd at Delaware, finished 5th at Scioto Downs, and was a winner at Urbana back on August 8th. Those 2 wins in this year in 8 starts, earnings of $28,388. The number 4 was Frontier Dragon. Frontier Dragon has the 2-hole today. This is a Steve Carter trainee, has earned $23,400 in the Buckeye Stallion Series races. Last time at Delaware, finished 3rd. At Scioto on August 15th, was 6th, but was placed 5th, and was a winner at Urbana, has hit the board in 11 of the 14 starts this year. Number 5 in the standings was Fear of Moonlight. Fear of Moonlight will come out of the number 5 hole. Brett Miller drives. Won 2 legs in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Entered 3 in those 3 races. A win and earned $20,000. Was a winner at Northfield 2 races ago. Finished 2nd in the Buckeye Stallion Series back on August 5th. 6th in the point standings was Strictly Perfect. Joseph Lucas trains. Tyler Smith will be driving today. Finished 7th at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series at the Scioto Downs event back on August 15th. Finished 3rd. And we are set for the post parade. Let's send it up for the post parade for the 2nd.
Horses are coming to the track for the 2nd race. Buckeye Stallion Series Championship for 2-year-old filly pacers, a purse of $75,000. Win, place, show, exacta, try, superfecta, 50-cent, pick 5, wagering with a 12% takeout. And these are the horses for the 2nd. Number 1, Unbridled Fury. Mike Samaglio, William Richardson, Norman Ray Racing, Christy Noble trained, Dan Noble the 1, Unbridled Fury. Number 2, Frontier Dragon. B. Hopper, Kyle Gray, Shreve and Gray. Steve Carter trains. Austin Hanners drives the 2, Frontier Dragon. Number 3, Legend and Cress. Jay Mossbarger, Foote, Martin and Kemper. Steve Carter trains. Sam Widger drives the 3, Legend and Cress. Number 4, Illegal. Mike Pohamus and Kevin McQuinn. Mike Pohamus trains. Kane Kaufman, the 4, Illegal. Number 5, Fear of Moonlight. Emerald Highlands Farm, the owner, Tim Lane trains. Brett Miller drives the 5, Fear of Moonlight. Number 6 is Sarah Said. Owned by Gary Martin, B. Kleinberg, Lee Ungefer. Gary Martin trains. Ken Holliday drives the 6, Sarah Said. Number 7, Naked on a Hill. Dennis Shaner, the owner. Mark Winters trained. Jeff Nysonger drives the 7, Naked on a Hill. Number 8, Strictly Perfect. Joseph Lucas and At the Wire Farms. Joseph Lucas trains. Tyler Smith driving the 8, Strictly Perfect. And number 9, Talking to the Moon. Dark Horse Farm, the owner, Matthew Burkholder trains. Aaron Merriman in the sulky of the 9, Talking to the Moon. Win, place, show, exacta, try, superfecta, 50-cent pick 5, races 2 through 6, 12% takeout. Don't be shut out. Wager now.
So there is your post parade. We'll pick it back up with the horses by points in the standings. As I said, Strictly Perfect was 6th. Tyler Smith will drive for Joseph Lucas, 2 wins, a 2nd and 2/3 in the 9 starts this year. The number 7 is Legend and Cress. Steve Carter trains. Legend and Cress last time out finished back in 8th at Delaware for the Buckeye Stallion Series. Was a winner at Urbana back on August 8th. Earned $14,800 of the $34,000 on her card in Buckeye Stallion Series events. The number 8 is Sarah Said. Had 77 points, $15,000 in earnings. Won one leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series. That came back on August 15th at Scioto Downs. The other time that she raced, finished second at Delaware, 5 3/4 lengths back. Ken Holliday has been in the bike for those Buckeye Stallion Series races. And the number 9 is Talkin' to the Moon. Talk into the Moon, or Talkin' to the Moon. Matthew Burkholder trains. This was the number 9 horse, 71 points, earned $13,400 in the Buckeye Stallion Series events. One win that came back at Northfield was 5th and 3rd the last 2 Buckeye Stallion Series events. So did you find your carrots?
Found the carrots, put the ribbons on. I have to go back after 6 races and do the last 6, because if you leave them out too long, they get kind of yucky looking.
Does it matter to the horses if they're yucky looking? They just care what they taste like.
You're right, but it's not going to look as pretty in the picture. So yes, I have to keep them fresh. I poured some water on the ones that are left so they keep looking a little bit fresh.
Now, as you ran off, I was telling people what what they get, the Buckeye Stallion Series blanket fly sheet. What is it, a fly sheet?
Yeah, it's a fly sheet.
Okay, and then the grooms get a little cooler with some things in it. What do they get this time?
Inside those little coolers, so they can use it for a lunch cooler. But inside there is a leather lead chain with a Buckeye Stallion Series on a brass plate in there, a horse brush with the Buckeye Stallion Series logo engraved on the back of the brush, and a long sleeve T-shirt for the groom. So kind of a nice little perk for them.
And then the owners get a nice trophy engraved with their horse's name.
Yeah, so they won't get to take anything home tonight. This is the way it's been all summer. Because we wanted this year. Last year we didn't put the horses' names on it, and I think it's a whole, as you mentioned, you want your horse's name on it.
If you have a chance to win one of these, you want that horse's name on it. You really do.
So we will go back next week, and we will order them all with the horse's name in the division, like 2-year-old Colt Pace, 2-year-old filly Trotter. We'll put that all on there, and then get them to the owner somehow. And we give one trophy per horse to the first listed owner, but if people want to order more, they can call the office and order more. Same with all the Ohio Sire Stakes that have been all summer, and the Super Night Finals.
Well, I think the OHHA needs to open up a trophy shop. As many trophies as we purchase and get engraved, it is amazing. So we are getting ready. The starting gate is getting ready to start rolling. The horses are at the top of the stretch. Just a beautiful night. A lot of people out here lining the fence. As you can see when the camera is on the two of us, you can see the number of people lining up behind us that are enjoying the Buckeye Stallion Series and the Dayton Derbies that we will have later tonight for you. Right now, our favorite is the number 4, is Illegal.
Illegal. Yeah, I am so impressed with this whole field. As we said before, 35 wins total, 88 starts between the 9 of them, and 35 wins, a 40% win. That's just incredible to me for any group, but especially for 2-year-old fillies.
Well, let's get the Buckeye Stallion Series finals underway. It's the 2-year-old filly Pace. Let's send it up to the voice, Roger Houston.
Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 2-year-old fillies, Unbridled Fury, Frontier Dragon, Legend and Crest, Illegal, Fear of Moonlight, Sarah Said, Naked on a Hill, Strictly Perfect, and Talking It to the Moon. The gate swings around the turn, and there they go. They're off and pacing, going for the lead. That's Frontier Dragon. Up on the outside, Illegal takes the lead for Kane Kaufman. On the outside, Sarah Said gets away third. Unbridled Fury pacing fourth, racing fifth. Legend and Crest racing sixth. Into the turn, Fear of Moonlight racing seventh. It's Naked on a Hill. Eighth is Strictly Perfect, and trailing the field, Talking It to the Moon. Field by the opening quarter, 26-2. Up on the outside, Ken Holiday and Sarah Said. Now second and going right on to the top. Illegal readily gives way second. Racing third. Frontier Dragon into the turn fourth. Unbridled Fury. First up on the outside, Brett Miller and Fear of Moonlight. Now fifth and coming on. Into the turn, going to the halfway point. Following the cover on the outside, Naked on a Hill as they race over to the halfway point. 54-3. Second panel, 28-1. We got 4 in and 5 out. Down the backside, going to the 5/8 mark, and we've got a new leader. It's Fear of Moonlight. Brett Miller now to take the lead. Now challenged by Jeff Nysonger and Naked on a Hill. Now second with the trip on the outside. Illegal and Kane Kaufman now third. Fading fourth is Sarah Said. Into the turn fifth. It's Frontier Dragon at the 3/4 in 1:22-4. 28-1 backside. Little more than an 8 to go. Naked on a Hill has the lead. Closing on the outside, Illegal. Racing third on the inside. Fear of Moonlight. Less than an 8 to go in Ohio. Naked on a Hill. On the outside, Illegal and Kane Kaufman coming on with every stride. Naked on a Hill fights back on the inside. Illegal on the outside. Naked on the Hill. Illegal. Fear of Moonlight. Frontier Dragon. 1:52 4/5.
The top 2 point getters hooked up in a battle around that final turn, and Kane Kaufman and Illegal stuck the nose and head. But then Jeff Nysonger and Naked on a Hill said not so fast, and Naked on a Hill looked like it got up by a nose at the wire to win the 2-year-old filly pace. 152-4. It looked like it was Naked on a Hill, Illegal, and
New lifetime mark for Naked on a Hill if Naked on a Hill was the eventual winner.
Now, I would say if it is, we'd try to get Mark Winners over here for an interview, but ran into Mark early on tonight, and he said no interviews.
Well, I was just thinking maybe I can get Jeff because he doesn't have anybody in the next race. So
Try to do that. And
yeah, let me go that way. We haven't announced the winner yet, though, have we?
no, not officially, so. But I believe he will be making his way back to the winner's circle. They're showing him as the winner. So first was Naked on a Hill. Second was Illegal. And waiting to see how they came in the rest of the way.
This time moving into the Midland Acres winner's circle. Championship Buckeye Stallion Series 2-year-old filly pacers. Number 7, Naked on a Hill. Dennis Shaner of Wapak. Mark Winters, the winning trainer. Jeff Nysonger in the sulky. The 2-year-old filly, Benob Hill out of High. And Naked by 9. A winner in 1:52-4. A lifetime mark. Final half, 58-1. Final quarter in 30 seconds flat. Your Buckeye Stallion Series champion, 2-year-old filly pacer, Naked on a Hill. Mark Winters trains for owner Dennis Shaner. Jeff Nysonger returns this year as the king of the fairs, the winningest driver at the Buckeye County Fairs this season. Naked on a Hill, Jeff Nysonger.
So Naked on a Hill gets the win. Second was Illegal. Third, Fear of Moonlight. Frontier Dragon was fourth. Yeah, we'll get the rest of the rundown here from Roger in just a minute. Susan Schroeder was going to make her way over to the winner's circle and see if she might be able to gather somebody up. It doesn't look like she got Jeff unless he's going to turn around here in a minute and head back over. Get the rest of the rundown. Naked on a Hill goes off at 11-1. Illegal was the overwhelming 1-5 favorite. Came in as the leader in the point standings. and gets beat by about a nose. So we're waiting for these results to go official. And Susan, though, has done her job and gotten somebody. Yeah, it is on. So, Susan, why don't you hop in here, too? We are here with the owner and the trainer of Naked on a Hill, Dennis Shaner. And, Dennis, congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks, Frank.
That was a whale of a battle coming down the stretch, wasn't it?
Yes.
What makes Naked on a Hill so special? She just showed a lot of grit there.
I guess probably because I raised her.
What's it mean to have a homebred win a Buckeye Stallion series like this?
Just to get to the races means a lot. She's, giving it 100% every start, and today was culmination of a good summer.
10 starts, 5 wins. You've hit the board in all 10. When the year started, did you know she'd be this special?
Oh, you think you have a nice one, and then you go to the qualifier, and we qualified with that the good one of Brian Brown's, and you finish third in the qualifier, so you don't know how good, but look at what Brian's done. Now we thought she was nice, but we didn't know how nice.
Is she done now for the year?
No, well, maybe, I don't know.
What would the plans be if you kept her going?
Start her next Sunday in the fair down here.
Oh.
And then I think we'd turn her out.
Okay. All right.
Get ready for next year.
I have the question that everybody has been wondering all summer long. Naked on a Hill. Where'd that name come from?
Well, Naked by 9 was her mom, and Knob Hill. And that Naked on a Hill was the only one that USTA would accept.
Oh, you put in some others?
What were the others? Enlighten us. Do you remember them?
I can't repeat. But I do have to give, my wife does the naming, and so I let her name them, and this one stuck.
How many do you have in the barn right now?
Just have a Trot and filly, flip 5 stones, and this one. So
Kind of 2 nice ones.
well, yeah, turned out that way. Flip 5 stones is, finished good the last couple starts, and Mark made a couple changes that turned out well. So
Talk about the job Mark does for you.
oh gosh, we've been together 20 years or more, and I enjoy it. It just, I live in Walpaw, Keys and Courthouse, and I go to Courthouse maybe once or twice in the spring to, jog and train and see how they're doing, and no, it's been good working with him.
Well, good one. When you get back to the paddock, tell him next time he's got to come out and do this interview because he refuses to. But tell him to. Just say, hey, it's part of the deal now.
Blames his knee.
Yeah, exactly.
He wasn't limping near as bad to the winner's circle.
Exactly. Congratulations
Thanks,
on
Frank.
the win tonight. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will have our second Buckeye Stallion Series race. This will be the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters when we return to Dayton Raceway.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway as we get set for the second of our 8 Buckeye Stallion Series finals tonight. Next up, the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. Purse of $75,000. We go 9 on the gate here at Dayton. No trailers for the finals. The number 1 is Uncle Ruckus. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver. This is an Uncle Peter Gelding out of the Conway Hall Mare Minor Skirmish. 12 starts this year, 3 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Earnings just under $29,000. Uncle Ruckus is owned by Chris Beaver, D. Robinson, L. Fleming, and the VIP Internet Stable out of Piscataway, New Jersey. Last time out at Delaware was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Has hit the board in the last 5, winning 3 of those in a row.
Did you practice Piscataway?
No, I didn't. I just, it gave me problems at Delaware, so I said, I'm going to get it right this time. And by the way, Uncle Ruckus, 9th in the standings coming into tonight.
Tom Swifty and Chris Page have the 2-hole trainer Christy Noble for owner Sander Burnett from Wilmington, Ohio. This is a long Tom Colt out of a Pilgrim's Taj mare, Evanora. 7 of 9 first, seconds, or thirds this year. 4 wins on the year. The fastest of those was 57-1 at Scioto. Horse has been racing really, really well. That win at Scioto was in one of those late closers that they put for Buckeye Stallion Series eligible horses. Tom Swift sitting 10th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points.
The number 3 is No Nap Nash. Dan Noble drives for Miles Woolham. This Creatine Colt is owned by Bob Troyer, Martin Woolham, and Norma Ray Racing, which bred No Nap Nash. 6 starts this year, has hit the board in 5, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Earnings of $31,150. Won 2 legs in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Last time out, though, in the BSS was 6th at Delaware. And you talked with Dennis about the name. No Nap Nash, named for Dan Noble's son, Nash.
Who obviously
did not take naps.
Be Not Beastly is Chris Lim up out of the 4-hole. Trainer Scott Cox. Michael Sonheim from Dalton, Ohio is the owner. This is a What the Hill Colt out of a Broadway Hall mare, Stroke Me, Stroke Me. 8 starts this year, 1 win. That was at Urbana in 2-2-1. He's also had 2 seconds and 3 thirds. Made $31,755. Did trot a mile in 57-2 at Scioto in the, I believe that's an Ohio Sire Stakes.
The number 5 is Ty Lloyd trainee Bob DeBomber. Tyler Smith drives this long Tom out of the Full Count mare, Leah's Little Sis, owned by Wills, Code, Loy, and Gregory. 10 starts this year, has won 7, also has a second place finish. Earnings of $48,773. Was scheduled to race at Dover, but was scratched due to transportation issues. At Delaware, was a winner in a OFRC race by 4.5 lengths. Did win the Buckeye Stallion Series back on August 17th at El Dorado Scioto Downs.
Bob DeBomber is one of our favorite summer names, too. Sweeney and James McDonald have the 6-hole for trainer Jason McGinnis. Owns the stable Sweeney Group from Guelph, Ontario, own this Uncle Peter Colt. He's out of a DeJarmbro mare, Sawmill Road. 6 of 9 first, seconds, or thirds this year. 1 win, that was at Northfield Park in 2-1-3. Has earned $25,210. Trotted 2 miles in 58-2 at Delaware, and 58-3 at Scioto Downs were his fastest miles.
The number 7 is Bo Estel. Peter Wren drives for Melanie Wren. This What the Hill gelding is out of Renee's Pocket, owned by Wren Racing. Was 3rd in the point standings, winning 3 legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series. 5 wins in 7 starts this year. Was a winner in the BSS at Delaware. Also won the BSS event at Scioto Downs on July 20th.
Wave the Freddy Bird out of the 8-hole for Brett Miller. Scott Cox is the trainer. This is a long tom out of a Man of Many Missions mare, One Too Many. Green Wave Racing, Davis Farms LLC, and W.T. Zollers are the owners. This horse had 9 starts this year, 1 win, and that was in 58 and 3 at Scioto Downs. Has had 2 seconds. Last start out at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished second, trotted in 57 and 4.
The second stable entry in this race is the number 9, Irresistible Sun. Anthony McDonald will drive the number 9, trained by Jason McGinnis. This triumphant caviar gelding is out of Beautiful. 8 starts, 3 wins, a second and a third. Has hit the board in 3 of the last 4. 2 of those are wins, both in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
All but one of the horses in this field have been first, seconds, or third in more than half of their starts. So, again, we're looking at some horses that are going to be racing tonight from the Buckeye Stallion Series that have just been racing so well.
Now, this is one of the races where the top 9 are not in. The number 2 point getter, Gypsy Hill, is not entered, so that meant that the number 10, Tom Swifty, was able to slip in.
And we always say, you never know, so if you're anywhere near the top, you should always enter. We've gone at the Fair Championships, we've gone down to the 20, 30th horses on the list, because especially I think in the 2-year-olds, because some of them have quit already for the year.
And that's what I asked Dennis was what is the plan, for Naked on a Hill, and I think Naked on a Hill will be back for at least one more race is what it kind of sounded like if you could read between the lines.
And that will be back right here at Dayton Raceway next Sunday, so a week from tomorrow, for the Montgomery County Fair meet. So that'll be a big day. I think they start at 11 depending on how many horses.
Then the next week we have the, is that the Fair Finals? The next weekend? Yes, the next weekend is the Fair Finals. That'll be up at MGM Northfield Park. And then that's where a lot of the 2-year-olds will then probably finish up. Some will come back for the Fair Finals consolations that Northfield Park has written, or the Fair Finals consolations.
Yes.
So they're going to have a full night of racing there. Right now, our favorite at 7-2 is the number 5, Bob the Bomber. Second choice at 4-1 are the number 1, Uncle Ruckus, and the number 7, Bo Estel.
Bob the Bomber shows the fastest mile trotted out of all of them in their last 6 starts. He trotted at Scioto Downs in an Ohio Sire Stakes in 56 and 4. Finished 6th in that race because the race went in 55 and 1, but still, that's a big mile for a 2-year-old trotting colt, 56 and 4.
And that race, that was in the Ohio Sire Stakes, and that was won by Tennessee Tom, who has really gone on to great things so far as a 2-year-old.
So we have Roger for a few races, and then going to turn it back over to Barry Vickroy, our regular announcer here. It's just a really nice night.
Oh, you can't beat the night tonight. A lot of people down on the down along the rail waiting.
It was a little hot in the sun.
It was hot.
Dragging things in here.
Especially when you walk back and forth to your car about 18 times like I had to do tonight just to get things and everything.
Frank says, oh, I forgot this. Oh, I forgot this. Oh, this cord, it's so hard with all these cords and everything that we have, because you roll them up and ship them from fair to fair to fair, and then pretty soon you get to one fair and the cord inside something is broken and you can't see, you can't tell. So,
well, we got it going. Matt Clark did another fine job for us tonight. How you doing over there, Matt? As we get set for the call to post, let's head it up to Roger Houston.
Horses are coming to the track for the 3rd race, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship for 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. A purse of $75,000. Number 1, Uncle Ruckus, owned by Chris Beaver, Donald Robinson, VIP Internet, L. Fleming. Chris Beaver trains Aaron Merriman, the 1, Uncle Ruckus. Number 2, Tom Swifty, Sandra Burnett, the owner. Christy Noble trains. Chris Page, the 2. Tom Swifty. Number 3, No Nap Nash. Bob Troyer, Martin Woolham, Norman Ray Racing. Miles Woolham trains. Dan Noble, the 3. No Nap Nash. Number 4, Be Not Beastly. Michael Shenlin, the owner. Scott Cox trains. Chris Limbs, the 4. Be Not Beastly. Number 5, Bob the Bomber. David Wills, our code. Ty Loy and DJ Gregory. Ty Loy trained. Tyler Smith, the 5. Bob the Bomber. Number 6, Sweeney. The stable owns. Jason McGinnis trains. Kane Kaufman, the 6. Sweeney. Number 7, Bo Istel. Wren Racing. Melanie Wren trains. Peter Wren drives the 7. Bo Istel. Number 8, Wave the Freddie Bird. Green Wave Racing. C.J. Davis Farms. W.T. Solers. Scott Cox trains. Brett Miller, the 8. Wave the Freddie Bird. And number 9, Irresistible Sun. Owned by the stable. Hutchison Harness. Jason McGinnis trains. Anthony McDonald in the sulky, the 9. Irresistible Sun. Win, plays, show, exacta, try, superfecta, 50-cent pick 4.
So there is the field for the third from the top down again. The number 1 is Uncle Ruckus. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver. The number 2, Tom Swifty. Chris Page driving for Christy Noble. The number 3 is No Nap Nash. Dan Noble drives for Miles Woolham. The number 4, Be Not Beastly. Chris Lems in the bike. Scott Cox is the trainer. The number 5 is Bob the Bomber. Tyler Smith drives for Ty Loy. The number 6 is Sweeney. Late driver change to Kane Kaufman for trainer Jason McGinnis. The number 7 is Bo Eastel. Peter Wren drives for Melanie Wren. The number 8 is Wave the Freddie Bird. Brett Miller drives for Scott Cox. And the number 9 is Irresistible Sun. Anthony McDonald up for Jason McGinnis.
Someday we'll have to find Alan Miller, who is the breeder of Wave the Freddie Bird, and find out where the heck that name came from. I mean, Mr. Shaner gave a plausible explanation for Naked on a Hill.
I'd like to know what the other ones
I
were
know.
that got rejected.
And that is the thing. When you send those names in to USCA, you're not sure what they're going to approve and not.
Now, it happened last weekend. The best man in my wedding, who now lives in Colorado, married a girl from Fredericktown, Ohio, and they are the Freddie Birds. So I'm wondering if that had something to do with it. I asked him last week. I said, "Yeah, we got a horse on the fair circuit, named, called Wave the Freddie Bird," and then he went on to tell me the whole story about how they got the name of that. The school guy who used to teach up there, she was from there. They lived there for a while, but it would be nice to know how some of these names come about, because that's one of those that if you look at the sire, the dam sire, there's nothing there. I don't see anything Fredericktown. I thought that might be a couple Mount Vernons, and that's kind of close to Fredericktown a little bit. But, I'm not sure if that might be the connection or not.
Yeah, sometimes you just wonder.
And if any of our viewers know and can offer that explanation, that would be wonderful, because it's always good to find out where some of these names do come from. This is the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, $75,000 purse. The 9 of the top 10 point getters are entered. The only one that did not is the number 2 Gypsy Hill, which had earned $31,000 and 159 points in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
There's Bob the Bomber on your screen.
Ty Lloyd trains the Long Tom. Bob the Bomber, number 1 in points, 179. Believe he won 3 legs and finished second in one of the legs. Was a winner at Delaware, but that was in an OFRC event. Dominated that, won by 22 lengths. Was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs back on the 17th. Had the lead, gave it up down the stretch, but battled back to win by a quarter of a length over Be Not Beastly
Final call.
in that race.
It's a lot for these trainers and owners to decide where the horses are going. There's so many opportunities here in Ohio between the fairs, the Buckeye Stallion Series, then of course the Sire Stakes. Just a lot of opportunities to go.
And you can see that in these horses that were entered. You know, Uncle Ruckus races at Upper Sandusky in Richwood. You had Tom Swifty, you know, raced Buckeye Stallion Series, raced at Greenville, raced at Scioto Downs. You move down and you've got Be Not Beastly raced in the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware for almost $132,000 in that race. You kind of look. Bo Estel raced in the Ohio Sire Stakes twice and the Ohio State Fair Stakes. Those races went for $55,000 and $56,000. So, you know, they move them up, they move them down, and try to find that right spot, that sweet spot for them. Chris Lems with Be Not Beastly.
Chris Lems usually drives up at Northfield, but Northfield's not racing tonight because they had some kind of an electrical problem. So
Power outage canceled all racing at Northfield. Scheduled to race, though, tomorrow night. But stay tuned to the OHHA Facebook page and our text blast to make sure that is happening.
Okay, we may have had a...
There you go. That's where the Wave the Freddy Bird comes
Yep,
from.
one is a Green Wave graduate, so...
That would be the Newark Green Wave.
You just ask, and somebody will
Somebody
pop up with the
knows.
answer.
As we get set to go for our third race in the first hour here at Hollywood Dayton Raceway. The starting gate is rolling. Let's send it up to Roger Houston for the call.
Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. Uncle Ruckus, Tom Swifty, No Nap Nash, Be Not Beastly, Bob the Bomber, Sweeney, Boistel, Wave the Freddy Bird, and Irresistible Sun. The gate swings around the turn, and there they go. They're off and trotting, going for the lead. Bob the Bomber, middle of the track, and going with him. Be Not Beastly up on the outside. That is Irresistible Sun out of the 9-hole, 3 wide at the first 8. Uncle Ruckus gets away 4th, racing 5th. Bo Istel racing 6th. The end of the turn, No Nap Nash. 7th is Sweeney racing 8th. As they race over to the first quarter mark, Wave the Freddy Bird. Opening quarter, 27-3. Trailing the field into the lane first time. Coming to the half, it's Tom Swifty. All in straight alignment as they race over to the 3/8 mark. Bob the Bomber and Tyler Smith showing the way. Irresistible Sun is there second. Be Not Beastly third. Racing 4th, Uncle Ruckus as they race into the turn. Bo Eastel's going to be first up for Peter Wren. Following the cover on the outside, No Nap Nash as they race over to the halfway point. 57-3. Second panel, 30 seconds flat. Racing further back on the outside, it's Sweeney. On the inside, 7th is Wave the Freddy Bird, and trailing the field, now moving up a spot. Down the backside, going to the 3/8 mark. That is Tom Swifty. Going to the 3/4 station. The leader remains Bob the Bomber. Up on the outside with every stride is Irresistible Son and Anthony McDonald. 3/4, 126 and 3. 3 wide off the turn. Coming on is No Nap Nash. On the inside, Be Not Beastly looks for some daylight. 1/8 of a mile to go in Ohio. Bob the Bomber brings him into the stretch. Irresistible Son on the outside second. Ducking to the inside, Be Not Beastly coming on, followed by Uncle Ruckus. Be Not Beastly on the inside, drawing away with every stride. Bob the Bomber second, home third, Uncle Ruckus. 1:57, 1/5.
1:57 and a fifth, almost. It was 5 seconds off the best time Be Not Beastly had in its previous win that came at Urbana. Picks up the win, found some racing room on the inside, and Chris Lems able to bring home Be Not Beastly's second win of the year. Has now hit the board in 7 of 9 races. Finishing second was Bob the Bomber, and we'll have to see what the rest of the finish looks like.
More than doubled his lifetime earnings. Had 31,150, so now he's got 60,000 something on his card. Like you said, mark a 2-2-1,
yep.
2-2-1 at Urbana, and now 57-1.
Homebred for Michael Solanen of Dalton, Ohio. Finished 5th in the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware. Looked like it might have been Uncle Ruckus on the inside, finishing 3rd.
4-5-1-9, unofficial.
Yep, Uncle Ruckus finishes 3rd, and Irresistible Son and Anthony McDonald gets up for 4th. So Be Not Beastly goes off at 22-1.
Back in front of the stands and going to the Midland Acres winner's circle.
Let's send it to
Doing
Roger.
our best to bring you the best. Your unofficial winner, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 2-year-old Colt Trot. Number 4, Be Not Beastly. Michael Shinlin of Dalton, Ohio. Scott Cox, the winning trainer. Chris Lems in the sulky. 2-year-old Gelding, but what the hill at a stroking me. Home a winner in 1:57-1, a lifetime mark. Final half 59-3. Final quarter 30 3/5. Be Not Beastly, Scott Cox, Chris Lems in the 3rd.
So there is your winner in the 3rd race. That was Be Not Beastly, the What the Hill Gelding out of the Broadway Hall Stroke Me. 2nd win in 9 starts. We'll wait to get the rundown. Get Scott Cox coming over here. Susan Schroeder doing a fine job of grabbing our interviews. And so there you go. Scott Cox joining us now. And Scott, first off, congratulations.
Oh,
nice win.
Thanks.
What makes Be Not Beastly so special? It's been a great year for you. 2nd win in 9 starts.
Yeah, he's been pretty good all year. Actually, my brother used to train for the Sunlands, and Mike sent his horse to me, and he's pretty nice.
Now, Chris has been in the bike the whole year. Do you just let him do what he wants with this horse?
Yeah, he kind of knows what we want. You know, he's trained young horses, and so he kind of knows.
Now, as you were watching this race develop, how did you think your chances were? You went off at one of the long shots at 22-1, but as they turned for home, Scott found a little racing room inside, it looked like.
I thought the first turn we got away really good. We just need to keep the fractions in our favor there. So.
And then coming down the stretch, did you think he had it?
I was standing outside, but he always he finishes really good in straightaways. Turns he struggles, but straightaways he trots, and it actually worked out good because that's kind of how I warmed him up. I dipped him down the passing lane just to see what he'd do.
First time here for the horse?
Yeah.
and had no problems then.
No, track's really good. So
That was interesting. You said you trained or you warmed him up and you dipped down on the inside, so he kind of knew what that was like.
yeah, he's never been left. So
Yeah.
I just thought maybe that would fall in our the way the race might fall.
Yeah, you're always pulling on the right line. Very
Yeah.
seldom down the stretch you're pulling on the left. Yeah, you are right.
Do you do anything special to get a horse ready when you're bringing it to a track for the first time?
No, he's laid back, so I don't have to do nothing different.
How laid back now? Is he done for the year?
That's it.
That's it
all.
for him. Okay.
Yep.
So
yep.
he'll get a vacation. Well, congratulations,
All right.
Scott.
Thanks,
on the win.
guys.
And good luck the rest of the way.
All right. Thank you.
So trainer Scott Cox, as we have our third race in the books. Be Not Beastly was your winner. Bob the Bomber finished second. Uncle Ruckus finished third. And Irresistible Sun finished fourth. And the inquiry light is still on for the number one. So we'll have to wait to see what they're looking at.
You know what's kind of fun bringing these guys down here is that then they're walking back and everybody's stopping them saying congratulations. You know, people are running up to them. So I think it kind of reminds me of down at Lexington when people keep coming up because the drivers walk along. This is kind of fun to get them down here.
Well, we'll wait and see if the inquiry will change anything. Looks.
Inquiry on the one, you said?
I'm not sure here. I can't hear Roger, and it's across from it, but I don't think the way the board is, I think that's just where the inquiry sign is. I don't think it has anything, might have to do with the one, but I'm not sure. We'll wait and see.
Nice race, as you said. What did he go off at? 22 to 1?
22 to 1 and takes
Be Not
5
Beastly?
seconds off the lifetime mark, going in 157 and 1.
He had trotted in 57 and 2 at Scioto in Ohio Sire Stakes race one night, so he had been that fast. Just hadn't got the win. And he said it's only his second win of the year, so he's going to shut him down and give him some time off and bring him back for next year.
Did not race in that fifth leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series. Instead chose to race in the Ohio Breeders' Championship. And it looks like, yes, the inquiry is against the number one, Uncle Ruckus.
Okay.
So we'll wait to see what is determined. We'll send it up to Roger as soon as the judges make a determination on the inquiry. Nice shot of the fountain and the pond here at Hollywood Dayton.
It's kind of, we talk about all summer we would say, well, we're throwing it here, we're throwing it there to the announcers. Here we truly are throwing it up.
Yep.
You know, sometimes we would say we're throwing it up to the announcer, but they'd be across the field or at the infield. So,
yes, they are literally right. Well, the camera
Yep.
bay is right above us, but they are off to the side. Roger is up there with Barry. Let's send it to Roger now.
Uncle Ruckus has been disqualified, finished third, placed seventh for getting into the passing lane early, going inside the first pylon at the passing lane, gaining an unfair advantage, thus disqualified and placed seventh. New numbers on the board. 4597. 4597, unofficial.
So we'll get the official rundown from Roger, but there you have it. Uncle Ruckus moved from third all the way down to 7 for going into the passing lane early. The Chris Beaver trainee will now have the third place finish taken off the board. That means Irresistible Sun and Anthony McDonald and the stable moved up to third. And Bo Estel, who went off as the favorite at 5-2, will now be fourth. So we'll wait for the rest of the official rundown here. from Roger Houston. Third race in the books, though. At this rate, we'll be here till I'm driving to Buffalo at 4 in the morning tomorrow. I may just pick up my son at his apartment on Ohio State's campus as I head back into town.
Yeah, it hardly pays to go to bed then.
Exactly. You're
for,
right.
What, 2 hours and then.
And knowing
Yeah.
him, he's not going to bed. He's out partying with his buddies, so he'll probably get in late, wait for me, and then he'll fall asleep in the car, and I'll have to
You'll
drive.
have to drive. Oh,
Exactly.
it's bad when your co-pilot is sleeping.
Oh, without a doubt. Especially at that hour when I haven't had much sleep, probably.
Right.
There it is. Looks like the results are now official, so now we'll wait for Roger to give us the rundown.
Results are official. Number
Here
4,
we go.
Be Not Beasley, $47, $14.46.60. The 5, Bob the Bomber, $483.40. The 9, Irresistible Sun, $5. $1 Exacta 4-5, $113. 50-cent Try, $459. $293.15. The 20-cent Super, $4,597. $328.50. Number 1, Uncle Ruckus, finished third, was placed 7th. Number 2, Tom Swifty, 8. The 3, No Nap Nash, 6, placed 5. The 4, Be Not Beastly, the winner. The 5, Bob the Bomber, 2. The 6, Sweeney, 7, placed 6. The 7, Buisto, 5, placed 4. The 8, Wave the Freddy Bird, 9. The 9, Irresistible Sun, 4, place 3. Top down, place 7. 8, place 5. 1, 2, place 6. Place 4. 9, place 3 on the bottom. The mile, 157, 1/5. Post time for the 4th race.
Well, that
coming up
inquiry
in
really
11
shuffled things up there,
Yeah,
but
definitely.
your top 2, Be Not Beastly and Bob the Bomber, stayed at the top. So next up, it'll be our 3rd Buckeye Stallion Series race of the night. This will be the 3-year-old fillies to go for a purse of $75,000 when we return to Dayton Raceway right after this.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway, joined now by one of our judges who is out at the fairs, Paul Combs, and not working tonight. You get to enjoy the races.
Yes, I'm really enjoying them tonight, Frank, yeah.
Now, how long have you been judging?
35 years. Yeah, I was 31 when, so I'm, do the math. Yeah.
It's a long fair season in Ohio, 65 fairs. How many of those are you judging at?
You know, Frank, I was looking at my Huff's guide today, and I think I did 16. So
is that about normal for you?
I picked a couple new ones up this summer, so usually 13, 14. Then I do a couple Indiana fairs. So
what makes Ohio fairs so special?
Well, it's home for me too, you know, but it's just tradition, you know. It's families just handed down, and just in the blood, you know. Yeah.
The
But,
generational thing is really important at the fairs.
Yes.
You see it more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
I know that I always say that I think the fair judges have the hardest time because you don't have replays, you don't have multiple camera angles, you don't have all that stuff. Is that your hardest thing to keep an eye on everything?
Yeah.
What's the hardest part of your job?
You know, Susan, I said I'm glad I started out at the fairs first, and then because it's so nice at the race meet, you got all the views, and it'd be hard to go from the race meet to the fair, you know.
Yes.
And I did the fairs for a few years, and then got to working at the race meet, filling in, but you just do the best you can with, you know, and everybody's. My judges, I rely on them, my associate judges, and they're very helpful.
Associate judges are extremely important. They're your eyes for the spots you can't see.
And it's not, Paul Ladd, we do quite a few fairs together, and he's experienced, and you just that helps to get somebody that's experienced, you know. So
how do we get more younger judges in this profession?
Good question.
It's a tough question.
You got a good answer.
That is tough.
I don't know.
It just seems that the industry, just as a whole, trying to get younger generations into it has been a challenge.
Yeah. Well, how I got interested in working as a presiding judge, I drove and trained horses. Well, I had my fair license when I was 16 because I was thinking 50 years ago I got my fair license and was driving quite a bit. And Bob Agner, I don't know if you remember, but from Ottawa, he was did a lot of fairs that I drove at, and he was just he did his job, but he was a wonderful man on top of it, and I'd always go to the draws and stuff and watch him, and that's how I got started. He wanted me to come along and just, you know, observe, and that's how I got into it. So
one of those where they hooked you and said you're not getting out once they got you into it.
And I enjoy it, and it's with the horses, and I love the horses, and you know, like I said, it's been the family, but
is that what keeps you going? The love of the horses keeps you coming back all the time. Is that the most fun part?
The horses and the people you work with, you know, so like you and Frank. I mean, that's 99% of it when you're surrounded by nice people, and
you're absolutely right. That's the fun part. Yeah.
Well, how have you done so far in the first 3 races?
I've been doing a lot of talking, Frank. You run into people that you don't see for a while, and I just and it's a beautiful evening, and
it is.
This is a nice facility, you know, and you're kind of familiar with some of the horses at fair.
Well, that was my next question. Hey, because Ohio, you can race at so many different levels. You see some of these horses that, you know, you see at some of the fairs, and then you see them out here. And Doug Ballinger has always said that's what he loves when the fair season ends. He comes up here and has an advantage over a lot of the people here because he's seen these horses, and that's exactly it. Like you were saying, you get to see some of these horses.
Yeah.
Well, and you watch them all summer long, and once in a while you look down and you say, boy, that's going to be a good one, right?
Yeah.
There's some awful good horses that race at the fairs.
Yeah, you can kind of tell, you know. But I know you have to have a lot of luck with them, too, you know, with lameness and sickness and stuff.
What do you say? You'd rather be lucky than good, right?
Yes.
Well, Paul, thanks for joining us. Good luck the rest of the way, and maybe you'll pick a few winners and run into some old friends, too.
And I enjoyed working with you all summer too.
Oh,
You do a great job.
Thank you. And we
Yes.
still have a couple fairs left, so it's not.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Yeah, Lancaster.
Couple more, yeah.
Lancaster, Coshocton,
Yeah.
and then the Montgomery Fair races here.
Well,
on
I'm
Sunday, so.
Frank coming next Sunday, and
So
I'll
you'll
be
be
one of the
judging those?
associate
Okay.
judges. So
Okay.
look forward to it.
Yep.
And thanks for having me on.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
Glad
you.
to
Thank
get
you.
you on. So, all right, let's take a look at the field for this, the fourth. This will be the 3-year-old filly Pacers. And going for $75,000. The number 1 is Stormy Serena. Peter Wren drives for Melanie Wren. This Fear the Dragon filly is out of the Rockin' Image mare Rockin' Serena. 12 starts this year, 4 wins, earnings of $93,435. Lifetime, 8 wins in 20 starts. Has earned over $161,000. Owned by Emerald Highlands Farm, which is also the breeder. Also the Dold Farm Services of Indianapolis and Wren Racing of Carmel, Indiana. Stormy Serena, last time out in the Ohio Breeders' Championship for the 3-year-old filly Pacers, finished 5th. Was a winner in the Gray Ohio Sire Stakes Championship back on the 9th at Eldorado Scioto Downs.
Wonderful Beach and Aaron Merriman come out of the 2-hole. Chris Beaver is the trainer. This is a Beach Tree filly out of an Art Major mare, Tailwind Hanover, owned by Sing Hill VIP Internet and G. McRae. 9 of 15 first, seconds, or thirds this year. 4 wins on the year. Fastest of those was 151 and 2 at Northfield Park. Had a record of 56 and 1 as a 2-year-old, also at Northfield Park.
The number 3 is Trey Rock. Sam Widger drives for Corey Day Ehrman. This Pet Rock is out of the mare Trey Crest. Corey Day Ehrman owns. 25 starts on the year, has hit the board in 19 of those, including 5 of the last 6, 8 wins, 8 seconds, 3 thirds, earnings of $68,531. Last time out at Delaware, finished 4th in the Buckeye Stallion Series, was a $15,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale.
And Beautiful Seaside with Brett Miller out of the 4-hole. This pair last raced in the Jugette at Delaware. Melby Ober Jr. is the trainer for Matt Rowe. Matt is also the breeder of this horse. Paced her mile in 51 flat at the Jugette, has made $96,000 and had 9 wins already this year.
Let's send it up to Barry Vickrey for the post parade.
Scratch the 9. Darby Creek is out sick. Race 4. Starts at pick 3. Races 4, 5, and 6. Just a 15% takeout. Here's the field. Number 1 is Stormy Serena. Owned by Emerald Highlands Farm, Doan Farm Services, and Wren Racing. Melanie Wren trains, Pete Wren drives. Number 2 is Wonderful Beach by Capilio Singh. Earl Hill Jr., the VIP Internet Stable, and Donald McRae. Chris Beaver, the trainer, with Aaron Merriman. 3 is Trey Rock, owned and trained by Corey Darriman with Sam Widger. Four is Beautiful Seaside, owned by Bad Row, trained by Melby Ober Jr. with Brett Miller. 5, Racing for 3, owned by Carlo Racing and C2G Stable, AJ Carlo, the trainer, with Tyler Smith. 6 is Honey Buzz, owned by Randy T. Young Stables, trained by Renee Loney with Tony Hall. 7, Apple Martini, by Cool Cat Racing, Miles Woolham, Caravansburg, Miles Woolham trains, Dan Noble. With the scratch of the 9, completing the field is number 8, High Flying Philly, is owned by Burke Racing Stable in Weaver Bersimmie. Ron Berg trains. Chris Page is in the sulky. Win play show. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 4th race. Starts
Finishing up the rundown of the horses in this, the 4th race. The number 5 is Racing for 3. AJ Carlo trains this Western Terror filly out of the mare Bouquet. Carlo Racing along with C2G Stable owned. Racing for 3 has won 6 of 16 this year. Was lightly raced as a 2-year-old. In fact, had only 1 race, won it. Lifetime 7 wins and 17 starts. Last time out at Delaware was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Honey Buzz and Tony Hall have the 6th spot. Renee Loney is the trainer. Randy Young Stables from MacArthur, Ohio, is the owner of this Down by the Seaside. This filly has won 5 races lifetime. Fastest mile that she pace that I see on her last 6 starts was at Scioto Downs in the Ohio State Fair, where she paced in 51-2. She has a mark of 53-1 this year at Northfield. Had a mark as a 2-year-old of 53-2, and it's not going to take her very long, and she will go over that $100,000 mark in earnings.
The number 7 is Apple Martini. Dan Noble drives for Miles Woolham. This Down by the Seaside filly has won 1 race in 15 starts this year. That came back at Northfield, owned by Cool Cat Racing of Flemington, New Jersey. Miles Woolham and Kara Bansberg. Apple Martini was 5th at Delaware in the 5th leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series.
And High Flying Philly is sitting first in the Buckeye Stallion Series standings for the 3-0 Philly Pacers. Chris Page will drive her from the 8-hole. Ron Burke is the trainer. Burke Racing Stable and Weaver Buscemi LLC, the owners of this Do Me That Again filly. She's out of an Always a Virgin mare, Live the Extreme. 13 wins this year. That's incredible. And 6 seconds and 2/3, so 21 out of 23 starts this year. She has been first, second, or third. Earnings this year of $134,000 and a mark of 150-4 at Scioto Downs.
The number 9, Darby Creek, is scratched. In fact, Darby Creek was tied with Section Line Seaside with 83 points and got in because of earnings, correct? Of $200 more, got in because of $200 and more of earnings. If you take a look at High Flying Philly in the Buckeye Stallion Series, the points, you get 51 points for a win. The maximum points with 5 legs, 255. $10,000 to the winner in each one. Maximum earnings, $50,000. High Flying Philly won all 5 of them, and right now sits at 9-2, not even the favorite. The favorite is the number 4, Beautiful Seaside.
Yeah, Beautiful Seaside won half of her starts, 18 starts, 9 wins, and a mark of 50-3. So these are 2 very fast fillies in here, as most of them are. It's still incredible to me to look down at their individual times and you just see 51, 51, 51, 51.
Well, you take a look at High Flying Philly and Beautiful Seaside, both 50s.
Yes.
You know, Beautiful Seaside 50-3, High Flying Philly 50-4. That's just the speed that we've been talking about all year that we're seeing these pacers go. In fact, Beautiful Seaside was the supplement into the jug. And ended up not getting out of that first elimination, but they thought so much of her that they took the chance and entered her into the jugette.
And what fun that must have been. I mean, even she came out finishing 5th in that elimination, but still just to be in the jugette. I mean, how cool is that?
Trained by Melby Ober Jr., Matt Rowe owns and bred this Down by the Seaside filly out of the Your Nemesis mare, You're Beautiful. Won 3 legs of the Buckeye Stallion Series.
We talked about High Flying Philly, one of those. She is a Do Me That Again that they paid $10,000 for as a yearling and is now sitting at lifetime earnings of $157,000.
As we get set for the 4th, they are headed to the gate. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call of the 4th.
Called him in for the 4th. Gate is rolling. It's post time. Three-year-old Philly Pacers. Buckeye Stallion Series Championship from the Railhouse, Stormy Sereno, Wonderful Beach. Trey Rock, Beautiful Seaside racing for 3. Honey Buzz, Apple Martini on the outside. High Flying Philly, a field of 8 for the 4th from Dayton. Start of a pick 3. They're at the post of the here they go. The off and pacing fired away for the lead. Wonderful Beach with early speed to her outside. Beautiful Seaside. High Flying Philly away for position on the outside. Stormy Serena protecting position from the railers there. 3 wide into the first turn. Trey Rock inside. High Flying Philly takes back 5th. 6 as they make their way over to the quarter is racing for 3. Next is Honey Buzz and Apple Martini, the early trailer. As they make their way over to the quarter, Beautiful Seaside got a bit rough. Stormy Serena to the inside. The quarter 26 and 4. Settled in there third is Wonderful Beach. Racing 4th is Trey Rock, followed by High Flying Philly. Next is racing for 3. Then it is Honey Buzz and Apple Martini. They're single file as they race under the line the first time. Beautiful Seaside, 2-5 favorite. Had to work to secure the lead, but will take them around the paddock turn on over to the half. Stormy Serena pocketed up for P. Wren. Wonderful Beach under tie lines is 3rd. 4th is Trey Rock. High Flying Philly is out first up from 5th. Picking up the cover, racing for 3 to the inside. Honey Buzz and Apple Martini, the half 50. 4 and 4. 28 flat. Second quarter down the backstretch. It's Beautiful Seaside. She has a lead by nearly 2 from Stormy Serena, who's following from the loose pocket. Wonderful Beach will sit. She's now pinned in by High Flying Philly, who's grinding first over. In at the rail, Trey Rock is 5th. Outside, second over is racing for 3. Third over now, Apple Martini, and the trailer is Honey Buzz. 1:22 and 2 for 3 quarters. 27 and 3 backside. With the lead. It's Beautiful Seaside. Stormy Serena's had the trip. Wonderful Beach waiting to shake free. High Flying Philly still needs to kick in gear. 3 wide, racing for 3. They're off the turn on their way home. Beautiful Seaside, the one to catch. Stormy Serena will come to the outside. Passing lane, Wonderful Beach as they drive for the wire. Beautiful Seaside, Stormy Serena, one more try. Beautiful Seaside hangs on to win it. Stormy Serena, Wonderful Beach, 4-horse photo for 4th. 1:50 and 3.
Ties her lifetime mark with the 150 and 3, and Beautiful Seaside with Brett Miller made it look very easy. Went out and nobody was really able to challenge Beautiful Seaside, and she comes home a winner for Brett Miller and trainer Melby Ober Jr. 10th win in 19 starts for Beautiful Seaside, that raced just one time as a 2-year-old and finished second in that one race. And we'll have to wait to see what the rest of the finish looked like. Stormy Serena was second, giving it a game challenge at the end, trying to get up on Beautiful Seaside, but unable to. And have to get the rest of the finish. They were 3 wide for 4th. Not sure who that was finishing 3rd.
Unofficially first, number 4, Beautiful Seaside. Second, the 1, Stormy Serena. Third, the 2, Wonderful Beach. 4th in the photo, 5, racing for 3. 4-1-2-5, unofficial.
So there you go, 4-1-2-5, unofficial. Those are your top 4. It was a 3-way photo for 4th, so we'll have to wait to see who gets that. Beautiful Seaside, the 2-5 favorite. Able to get it done tonight for the 10th time this year for owner Matt Rowe.
Headed back to the Midland Acres Winner's Circle winner of the 4th
Send
race,
it up to Barry.
Stallion Series Championship, 3-year-old Philly Pace, Beautiful Seaside. Donner down by the Seaside out of the Your Nemesis Mare, Your Beautiful, the homebred for Matt Rowe of Urbana, Ohio. Melby Ober Jr., the winning trainer. Brett Miller, the winning driver. It's her 10th win of the season, 10th career win. She takes the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 3-year-old Philly Pace, and equals her lifetime mark in 150 and 3.
150 and 3 equals the lifetime mark set by Beautiful Seaside. She set that original mark at Scioto Downs back on August 11th in a open race for 3- and 4-year-olds. Came off the pace, started wide at 8th and was 4th at the top of the stretch, and got home to win by 3 quarters in 150 and 3. Equals that mark. Finishing second was Stormy Serena. Wonderful Beach was third. And we'll get the rest of the rundown shortly from Barry. And I think Susan has picked up another interview here, I think. And yet she does. Who we got coming, Susan? Well, joined now by.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Matt. Congratulations on picking up the win with beautiful Seaside. Always nice when a homebred comes home first, isn't it?
That's for sure. Yeah, it's been. She's a really nice filly. Been a fun summer.
Now, last year she only raced once as a 2-year-old. Why only once? And did you think she'd come back as well as she did?
Well, I knew she was nice, but I didn't have any idea she was this nice. But or she'd have been in the Sire Stakes. But I got her ankles injected, and they both blew up. I thought I had an infected joint. Ended up being a reaction. So she was at Ohio State for a couple weeks, and I just shut her down for the year. So.
All right, let's go up to Barry for the rundown, then we'll be back with Matt.
Rock 5. Beautiful Seaside, the winner, racing for 3-4. Honey Buzz 8, Apple Martini 7, High Flying Philly 6, the 9 was Scratch, rechecking top down 2, 3, 5, 1, 4, 8, 7, 6, Scratch on the bottom 1, 50 and 3. Fifth race is up next, the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 2-year-old Philly Trot. No changes in race 5. It features high 5 wagering, and it's 9 minutes away.
So there is your rundown. You made the decision to supplement into the jugette. What was that experience like, and what brought that decision on?
Well, I knew she already had made the final of the Buckeye, so I thought I'd give her one shot to be a hero. She didn't race. She got a little bit of a breathing issue going on. I'm going to have probably have a little throat surgery done here the next couple weeks. But she raced all right. I didn't think she raced her best, but.
What was the experience like?
Oh, it was great. It was great. I figured, been doing this my whole life, and figured that was my only shot to be in it, so I ponied up the money.
Now, a homebred, how many do you have how many you own now?
I've cut way back. I probably brood mares, babies, racehorses. I probably own 30, 35 head.
And that's cut back.
Yeah.
That's still a lot.
My wife ain't around, is she? I usually don't say the number out loud because she hears it and then she realizes how many I have, so I couldn't keep that from her.
Oh. Now, how much longer will she race this year?
This will probably be it.
This is it?
I was probably going to go a little more with her, but after I scoped her after the jugette, and probably get that taken care of. And
back next year, or?
Oh, for sure, somewhere. Okay. I don't know.
With your homebreds, how long do you race the mares before you decide you're going to start breeding them?
It just depends, I usually race them till they can't race no more.
All right. Well, Matt, congratulations on picking up the win in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
I appreciate
always
it.
A good night when you get a win, isn't it?
I got another one coming up in the 9th, so.
Well, let's make it 2 in a row.
Maybe I'll be back.
There you go. Sounds good, Matt Rowe. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you about the 5th when we return.
Thanks.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio wishes everyone success with their yearlings and racehorses. Our stallion roster includes the trotter Play Tricks on Me, a fast son of Trixton. Cool Winds also stands proven sire Mr. Apples in the great state of Ohio. Randy and Kim Haynes also stand the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach, sire of Heart of Chewbacca.
you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to the Dayton Raceway, and we're going to be joined now by Roger Houston. It's Roger. Come on, Roger. Come on in here and join us for a couple races. Put those headsets on. How you doing? Yeah, that would work. That would help if you put that on.
How you doing, Mr. Frost?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
I think the question everybody wants to know, how many miles have you put on your car this year? Because you've been all over, too.
I looked at it the other day, and it's 58, almost 59,000. So we're well over 12,000 this year alone, and probably another 2,000-3,000 before the year's over.
You have been everywhere this year. You have traveled. You've been, you went overseas. You went. You were down in Virginia for races. You've just been everywhere. What keeps you going? Because I know I'm exhausted right now.
Well, I am too. But that beats the alternative.
It does.
I mean, I'm serious. If you love what you do, no matter how hard it is, you keep doing it. And needless to say, I love what I do.
Was surprised to see you tonight. When we talked earlier in the week, you said you were coming over. I thought you would just be home enjoying some time.
I contacted Barry and I says, "You going to need me for Saturday night?" And he says, "Yeah, come on over." So I did the 3, and he's only got an 11 race card to worry about.
Makes it easy for Barry then.
Yeah,
in doing that. But it's just it's been a great year. It has been a great year across the board for Ohio harness racing.
It sure has. I'll say one thing, and I got to say it because I don't know if it's been on OHHA or not, but there's been some postings on Facebook. It was a very rough week for all of us at Delaware this year because of Sherry Thompson. And we got the bad news, I think it was Thursday, Jug Day, and then the ultimate bad news on Friday. And believe me, this year's Jug was really hard, knowing that she was in the status that she was. And because that, for me, it's even rougher because that's the old bunch of guys that none of them are around anymore.
Right.
Hank and Tommy and Sherry, and the new kids are taking over.
That they are.
Yeah.
That they are, and we send our condolences out to the family.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a surprise that we were there and not knowing what was going on. It was
well, they told me Thursday, I think it's Thursday morning around 10 o'clock, and it's hard to explain, but that made the entire Jug Day very hard because you couldn't stop thinking about it.
It makes it long. It makes it emotional.
But I'm glad they told me because I'd have hated to not known.
So, well, let's look back at the Jug. There's a heck of a 2 days there. The Jugette and the Jug.
Yeah.
Linda Toscano and Scott Zeron winning them both.
That's I think the third time ever. And Linda, when she said in the winner's circle that this has been on my bucket list forever to win the Jug and to get the Jugette both in the same week, it was unbelievable for her. And you'll not find a better person in harness racing than Linda Toscano. She's in the Hall of Fame. She's an excellent trainer. Her husband as well. I think you asked me if Linda was going to be there, and I wasn't sure. Her husband, he's a good talker too.
He would have been good for our speaker series. Mm-hmm. It's funny when you're there and everything's going on, you don't see some of the sidebars and the side stories, but I thought one of the neat side things was her and John Campbell. The picture that you saw of the infield of the two of them hugging. I thought that was one of those, moments that a lot of people didn't see it, and I didn't know it until I saw the picture later, and it was just like that was what it was all about.
Were you aware that John Campbell was going to lead the post parade?
Nope.
Caught up. He got definitely a large ovation and a roar from the crowd when he came around.
You know, David Miller's the winningest driver, and John Campbell is the second winningest driver at Delaware, but Rhett Miller's ready to pass Campbell on that list. I think there's only like 7 wins difference between the two, and it was just a good week overall.
Let's go to the post parade for this, the 5th.
Horses leaving the paddock headed to the track for the 5th race. Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 2-year-old filly trot per $75,000. There are no changes in the 5th. It will feature high five wagering. Here's the field. Number 1, Pierre Serenade, is owned and trained by Ted Garon with David Myers. 2, Justice Ayamasa with ACL Soterion, trained by Netherlands and Tony Hall. 3 is Midnight Nolan. Owned by Walski Stables. Dan Walski trains Kurt Sugg. Number 4 is Hot Tea. Owned by Joyce McClellan. Virgil Morgan Jr., their trainer with Tyler Smith. 5 is Tisos. Owned by Bruce Salisbury. Trainer Dalton Walls and Alan Weisenberg. Ronnie Gillespie. 6 is Ellie Street and Curl. Owned by Levi Hirschberger. Trained by Herman Hagerman with Austin Hanners. 7 is Madame Pele, owned and trained by Jesse Smith with Kane Kaufman. 8, Jurassic Hattie by Jerry Welsh, trained by Eric Nesselrode, Brett Miller. Completing the field, 9, Butter and Syrup, owned by Dark Horse Farm. Miles Willem trains. Dan Noble is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta.
Let's take a little longer look at these fillies for this, the 2-year-old filly trot championship for the Buckeye Stallion Series. The number 1, Pierre Serenade, David Myers drives for Theodore Garon. This is a 2-year-old filly by Uncle Peter out of the Striking Sabra mare, Striking Serenade. 11 starts this year, 7 wins, a second. Last time out in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware, finished second, has hit the board in 4 out of 5.
Just As I Am, AS, and Tony Hall leave from post position 2. Annette Lawrenson is the trainer. ACI Stutera AB from Paris, Kentucky is the owner. This is a Lion Hunter out of a Cambess mare, Golden Door Lindy. 8 starts this year, 3 win. The fastest of those, 57-3 at Scioto Downs. Already earned $57,130.
The number 3 is Midnight Nolan. Kurt Sugg drives for Dan Walski. This Uncle Peter is out of Love Child, owned by Walski Stables and bred by Randy Wilt. 7 starts, 4 wins, a second. Comes in number 1 in points in the Buckeye Stallion Series, having won 3 legs, 155 points, $30,000. Last time out, though, at Delaware, made a break at the start, was not a factor, but finished second, first, and first leading into those races.
Hot Tea, trained by Virgil Morgan, owned by Joyce McClellan, has the 4-hole. Tyler Smith drives this Enterprise filly out of an SJ's Photo Mare. Tori Ann, 6 of 7 first, seconds, or thirds this year. 3 wins on the year, earnings of $99,875. So it won't take much to push Hot Tea over the $100,000 mark. A mark of 57-1 at Scioto Downs.
The number 5 is Estesso. Ronnie Gillespie drives for Dalton Walls. This creatine filly has hit the board in 5 straight, including a second-place finish in the BSS at Delaware. 10 starts this year, has hit the board 7 times, 2 wins, 4 seconds, and a third. Was 11th on the point standings and gets in when Purple People Eater and Sedona Hill did not come in for the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Ella's Dream Girl and Austin Hanner have the 6-hole. Herman Hagerman, the trainer. Levi Hirschberger from North Lawrence, Ohio, is the owner. This is a Global Republic S out of a Jailhouse Jessie mare. I like Jessie. 8 starts on the year, 2 wins. Fastest of those was 57-4 at Scioto Downs. Earnings of $24,900. Did trot a mile 2 starts back at Scioto in 57-4.
The number 7 is Madame Pele. Kane Kaufman drives for Jessica Smith. This creatine filly has hit the board in 10 of 12. winning one time. That came back at Scioto Downs. Last time out was at Delaware, finished third, 12.5 lengths back, has a mark of 158.
Another one of these great Volstead fillies has the 8-hole Jurassic Hattie. Brett Miller will drive for Eric Nesselrod. Jerry Welch from Waterford, Ohio, is the owner of the Volstead of a striking Sabra mare, High Gear Sabra. 6 starts this year, 4 wins, 2 seconds, so 6 of 6 first or seconds. Has earnings of $109,084, and fastest win was 156-2 at Scioto Downs.
And that was in the Next Generation, the first start of the year for Jurassic Hattie. The number 9 is Butter and Syrup. Dan Noble drives for Mile Woolham. 6 starts, a win and a second. 4 of the last 6 races have been in the Buckeye Stallion Series, with the win back on July 19th. 12th in points, Butter and Syrup, the last one to get into this field tonight.
Madame Pele tonight is her first time on LASIK, so we'll see what that does.
So the field is out, getting ready for the start. The starting gate moving down the stretch again.
Did you notice that 2-horse? Look at the breeding. By Lion Hunter out of Golden Door Lindy by Cam Best. At that time, Cam Best was the fastest pacer in all of harness racing. A pacer.
That is unusual.
Well, we've seen that with somebody else by the name of Doc's Boo Boo out of a by a pacer, but doing quite well trotting.
You know, there was another horse way back when, Doc's Mistake.
Well, there you go.
Oh, gosh.
I don't think Doc Mossberger's looking for 3 in a row in Ohio.
But Hot Tea won the Gray Championship a couple of weeks ago, has won 4 straight, and right now the favorite, though, is the number 8, Jurassic Hattie. Won the Next Generation, trained by Eric Nesselrode, owned by Jerry Welch, and 6 for 6 this year. Second choice on the board right now at 5-2 is the number 4, Hot Tea. So they are starting to move towards the gate. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the 5th.
Two-year-old filly trotters for the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship from the rail out. Pierre Serenade, Just As I Am Us, Midnight Nolan, Hot Tea, Estiso, Ellie's Dream Girl, Madame Pele, Jurassic Hattie, and on the outside, Butter and Syrup, a field of 9 for the 5th from Dayton. They're at the post to the here they go. They're off and trotting for the lead, Hot Tea and Madame Pele from the outside at the rail. Pierre Serenade trotting away in 4th is Midnight Nolan. Outside next is Jurassic Hattie along the inside 6, Just As I Am Us. It's followed by Estiso, then comes Ellie's Dream Girl. Early trailer is Butter and Syrup. As they make their way around the turn, drive for the quarter. David Myers wants the front with Pierre Serenade. Hot Tea is there second. She'll have to tuck in 27-3 opening quarter. Madame Pele landed in 3rd. Midnight Nolan is there 4th. Parked out Jurassic Hattie to the inside, Just As I Am Us. And Jurassic Hattie will pick up cover as out and moving as Midnight Nolan. Off the rail is Estiso. Then it is 2 to Ellie's Dream Girl. And the trailer is Butter and Syrup. On over to the half they go. It's Pierre Serenade with the lead. Hot Tea, not content with the pocket, is right back out and moving. She got a bit headstrong for Tyler. He'll feed her racetrack that half, 56-3. 29 flat, second panel inside. The 50-1 long shot, Madame Pele still rides the rail. Midnight Nolan got a bit steppy. Kurt had to gather her up, and at the rail, Just As I Am Us will need racing room. Jurassic Hattie has never seen a pylon. She's now 3 wide. She's going a huge trip this far as Hot Tea clears and takes over from Pierre Serenade. Jurassic Hattie is now second and coming to her. Midnight Nolan in between horses, 125, 28 and 2 backside. Hot Tea. Jurassic Hattie is right there at her and takes over the lead. Shaking free from fourth, Just As I Am. Oz in gear for Tony Hall. Center of the track is Stiso trying to close as Madame Pele. Pierre Serenade went off stride into the stretch. It's Jurassic Hattie with the lead, closing in. Just As I Am. Oz on the outside is coming on and coming at her. Just As I Am. Oz on the outside, getting up to win the Buckeye Series championship from Jurassic Hattie. It looked like Hot Tea was third, maybe a closing Ellie's Dream Girl fourth. 154 and 4.
154 and 4, a new lifetime mark for Just As I Am. Oz roars down the stretch and able to get up to past Jurassic Hattie, who made a big move. Made a big move down the back stretch to take the lead. And Hot Tea finishes third.
Ben Lindsay, Charlie May's caretaker, just walked past. He said if he wins, come out. So I'll be getting my picture taken hopefully here later tonight.
Well, Don Tiger told me to be sure to accept the trophy.
Oh, yeah?
Don not here tonight?
No, I was hoping he would come over. I was going to hitch a ride, but I guess he'd probably tell you the same thing. He had babysitter problems.
Aha.
And being in the 14th race.
Yeah. So I'll tell you, it's going to be soon when he'll be bringing his son to all of these. You know, it's going to be load him in the car. Let's go.
I mean, he was only, I think, 2 months old when the next generation.
Yep. Exactly. Good to hear from you, Matt.
Energy drink is starting to kick in a little
there
bit.
You
It
go.
was a long drive down.
See, we never get Matt on the air enough. And people want to hear from you, Matt. Eli's Dream Girl did finish fourth.
One of the best fair broadcasts I did. It was myself and Matt. He was taking, I don't even know where we were, but I had him talking all the way through the broadcast.
Exactly. I mean, that's when we were up for the Summit County Fair races in in Cleveland up there. You know, it was him and I wasn't about to go for 7 hours, so I needed him. Let's go up to Barry.
Buckeye Series championship, 2-year-old filly trot. Number 2, Just As I Am. Oz. Homebred daughter of Lion Hunter. Out of the Cambast mare. Golden Door Lindy, owned by ACO Soteria of Paris, Kentucky. Trained by another Renson. Tony Hall, the winning driver. Fourth win in 9 tries this season for Just As I Am. Oz. This is a new lifetime mark for her. And it is a new track record for a 2-year-old filly trotter. She will eclipse the mark of Purple Aura, set back in 2021 of 156 and 2. Just As I Am. Oz, your Buckeye Stallion Series champion, 2-year-old filly trotter. She obliterates the track record, 154 and 4.
Really blew it away. Purple Aura set that record a couple of years ago, and Just As I Am. Oz with the big win sets the new track record.
That pace and blood comes right through all the time.
There you go. Well, there's the speed. We've talked about it all year, how fast these pacers are going and continue to go. And, now we see it with the trotters. They continue to get faster as well. Not sure if Susan was able to get anybody for an interview this time. I don't think so, because it looked like there was just the caretaker in the winner's circle along with Tony Hall, and both of them headed back. We'll wait to get the official results here. But it was Just As I Am. Oz, the winner at 7-1. Jurassic Hattie, the 3-5 favorite, finishes second. Hot Tea is third. Eli's Dream Girl finishes fourth. And then we'll get the rest of the rundown here shortly.
Last half, 58-1. Final quarter, 29-4. And one thing we're seeing, the first half's a little faster than the second halves in almost all the races tonight.
You talked about Charlie May in the 14th. Have you had a chance to look at it? Who do you like in the Dayton Derby?
He's got his work cut out for him. I mean, Tattoo Artist was a big winner at Scioto, and you would guess that the horse will be in good shape for this one tonight. So
You got By the Missiles here as
Yeah.
well. Forever Boy, Little Rocket Man, a great field for the Dayton
it's
Derby,
unbelievable.
without a doubt.
Really, that you could throw a dart, and whichever horse comes down on that horse will probably have a shot of winning the race.
Right. Yeah, that's as I was looking at this, this morning going over it. I was just like, wow, look at this. Wow, look at this. Wow, look at this.
Yeah.
There's just each one of them has their own little story about what they, might bring. Let's go to Barry for the rundown.
16.40 to win. The $1 2.8 exact to 24.60. 284 50-cent try, $28.15. Superfecta, $86.96. The high five, 2.846 with 7. Pays $546.80. Here's how they finish the fifth. Pierre Serenade 9. Just as I am out to the winner. Midnight Nolan 8. Hot Tea 3. Estiso 6. Ellie's Dream Girl 4. Madame Pele 5. Jurassic Hattie 2. Butter and Syrup 7. From the top down, 9, 1, 8, 3, 6, 4, 5, 2, 7 on the bottom. Track record performance from Just As I Am Us, 154 and 4. Sixth race is next.
So track record in our fifth race of the night. And next up, it'll be the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters. As we get set to go with race number 6, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll tell you all about the horses in the 6th right after this.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy-to-view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
Welcome back to Dayton Hollywood Raceway as we get set for our 6th race tonight. And somebody who normally would be here driving, Don Irvine Jr., would normally be driving for Rosie Weaver. And good news to pass along. Don out of the hospital and at home, getting better. And Don, want to send along get well wishes to you. Wish you were out here driving tonight, but taking care of your health is the most important thing.
Most definitely. Bad case of pneumonia and a lung infection, and he was in. I guess he was in the hospital about a week, but and he's been out for the last couple of days and making a lot of progress.
No, as I now call them, guns.
Yeah,
from
I know that commercial.
We need to get you to do it.
You should have gone to the hospital and got a shot of him in the hospital bed for next year.
I'll tell you, that was so great when we shot that at the beginning of the year.
That was his idea, wasn't it?
No, it was my idea.
Oh, was it?
It was kind of funny when I said what I wanted to. He goes, "This body?" I said, "That's the whole idea of the thing." And every time I watch that, I just sit there and I chuckle and laugh about it. So
he's almost like out of my school because I'll do about anything anybody puts me up to.
Exactly.
Donnie's a good guy.
You have a lot of fun, and that's exactly what we did then.
I saw there was a posting. I don't know what horse it was, but Justin has been driving the horse in place of Donnie. Justin said, "I hope Dad gets back real quick because I'm not getting along with this horse."
And that's what happens. Sometimes you get along with horses, sometimes you don't. So, no interview. Nobody there for you, huh?
There was just one person with the horse, so that was...
Well, I thought you might bring the horse over and the person maybe. You know, we could have done that.
You know, that was the nicest thing back in the days. Rambling Willie. We actually took him right into the grandstand at the Meadows on the mezzanine level, and I used to do a program called College of Horse Sense every Wednesday night. He stood there for a 45-minute meet and greet with the fans. Then we took him to a bookstore in downtown Pittsburgh, and he autographed the books and everything. Oh,
that was one of the coolest tours ever, that the Ramblin' Willie thing. I said, I won a race at Sportsman's Park and went into the winner's circle, and there's another horse there, and I'm thinking, what the heck is this? It was Rambling Willie, and he was in there and hoofographed my book. I've never opened it because I don't want all the dirt to come out, the Rambling Willie dirt. But yeah, that was a great promotion to get him all over the place.
And you won the race?
Yeah.
So he was in the winner's circle picture with you?
So we had the winner's circle picture with Ramblin' Willie.
And you still have that picture somewhere, don't you?
Someplace.
I got a picture of Mayor Caligiuri and myself with Rambling Willie at a Borders bookstore in downtown Pittsburgh.
That's cool.
Well, let's take a look at this. The field for the 6th race today, the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. The number 1 is Domovoy. Aaron Merriman drives for Chris Beaver. This triumphant Caviar Gelding is out of Nessa Rose, owned by Sandra Burnett and Chris Beaver. 16 starts this year, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Has earned $72,000 this year with a win. We'll go over the $100,000 mark in the career. Last win, though, was back on July 13th at Scioto Downs.
Chris Page drives Asian Zing for trainer Rosie Weaver. Rosie also co-owns this horse along with Heartland Acres. This is a Don't You Forget It out of a Gucci, out of HP Gucci Girl, who is by Gucci. This horse has had 11 wins this year, been bouncing back and forth between the Fairs and the Buckeye Stallion Series, but 11 wins, $66,891 in earnings this year, a mark of 55 at Northfield Park, sitting 8th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points.
The number 3 is Johnny Red's Victory, 11th in points. Chris Lems will drive for Scott Cox, who will look for his second Buckeye Stallion Series win of the night. 17 starts, 5 wins, 4 seconds, 2 thirds, earnings of over $48,000. Finished 8th in the Buckeye Stallion Series race at Delaware, but it was a winner in the 4th leg up at Northfield on August 13th.
The second Rosie Weaver entry is Long Tom Just. Tyler Smith up for Rosie. Rosie also co-owns this horse along with Heartland Acres. This is a Long Tom filly out of a Jailhouse Jussie mare. She's a Jussie, sitting first in the Buckeye Stallion Series points with 138 points. 23 starts this year, 8 wins, 5 seconds, 4 thirds. Has earnings of $65,000 and a mark of 54-3 at Northfield Park.
The number 5 is Centerprise. Dan Noble drives for Christy Noble. This enterprise is owned by Dennis Young, Norman Ray Racing, and James Morris. 12 times has hit the board with 4 wins and 17 starts. Did not start as a 2-year-old, coming off a win at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Has hit the board in 5 of 6, was second in points behind Long Tom Jess.
Matthew Brown owns, trains, and will drive the 6-horse Feisty Sam. This is a Victory Sam out of a Feisty GG mare. 7 wins this year, 3 seconds, 3 thirds, earnings of $65,000, sitting 9th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points, and has a record this year of 56 at Scioto Downs.
The number 7 is What a Mission. Anthony McDonald drives for Jason McGinnis. The stable What a Mission out of Guelph, Ontario, owns this What the Hill. 16 starts this year, 5 wins, 2 seconds, 4 thirds. Was a winner at Delaware in an Ohio Fair Conference race, finishing first in 1:59.
Romeo's Dream gets the services of Ken Doc Holliday out of the 8-hole. Norman Robbins is the trainer. Norman and Susan Robbins, along with Norman L. Robbins, own this His Highness filly. She is, Colt, I'm sorry. out of a Prague mare. 15 starts this year, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 4 thirds, earnings of $33,000, a mark of 58-2. Had a record of 57-1 as a 2-year-old and earned $73,000 as a 2-year-old. So total lifetime earnings $106,887.
The number 9 is Biden Your Time. Sandy Beatty drives and trains for Roger Wallace and Larry Riffey, a winner in the Gray Championships 2 weeks ago. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Has hit the board in 17 of 19. Has won 3 of the last 4. The one it did not win was at Delaware, finishing second by 2 1/4 lengths to Asian Zing.
Earned $176,000. It was a good idea to keep this colt over till the 3-0 deer.
Saw Sandy before the races today, and I said, hey, how are you going to do out of the 9-hole with Biden Your Time? And he said, good question. I said, well, do we have a good answer? And he goes, it's been a long year. The horse has had a lot of starts and did not race well at Delaware despite finishing in second place. So didn't sound like there was a lot of confidence coming out of Sandy Beatty coming out of the 9-hole. And it was funny, or before that I ran into Rosie Weaver, and while you were away, Roger and I were talking about Don Irvine Jr. not being here to drive out of the hospital, doing better though. And I said to Rosie, I said, are you driving one? She goes, nope, I got Chris Page and I got Tyler Smith. So, and Rosie's usually one to drive one of her own, but she's going to give up the bike tonight to those 2 guys.
I love to look at the comments you guys getting on the broadcast. Ann and Rusty Voorhees says, watching from beautiful Dayton Raceway. So people come to the track, still pick you up on our Facebook. And starter Mike Wolfenberg watching the broadcast.
See, Mike shouldn't be watching the broadcast. He should be watching
in between.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he shuts us down when that.
I would hope so.
I'm sure.
We're talking about Rosie getting some catch drivers, but you know what? Rosie's a really good driver. I think she's just excellent. You've seen her do some things at the fairs this summer that were unbelievable.
I was talking to her tonight, too, and down in the race office, and we were talking about her post positions in the Ohio Sire Stakes. She was watching on television as they're having that live draw.
Oh.
And she said, I'm just getting sicker and sicker.
Well, and that's what she said. She goes, at least I drew well tonight. I said, you did, but I then went back and looked at Long Tom Jess, a second. Okay, had a 9th from the second tier, a 3rd, a 1, a 2, and a 2. So Long Tom Jess hasn't drawn too poorly this year for her. So, but yeah, she did have a rough draw with the Ohio Sire Stakes.
She did get a 3rd in one of them.
Yeah.
I asked her also if she's going down to Aiken again this year because of her new facility she's got up here. She says, as nice as the facility I've got here, I think it's much better for the horses to go to Aiken. She says, I know it's much better for me and my health.
So she'll be heading back down there. Again, 2 of the horses in this one, Freeborn, which was 4th, and Burton's Hill, which were 6th in the point standings, did not enter. That allowed Johnny's Red Victory and Romeo's Dream to get into these finals, and anything can happen when that happens. Right now, Johnny Red's Victory is at 8-1. Romeo's Dream, the long shot in the field, at 3-1. The favorite is the number 5 Center Prize, Dan Noble in the bike, and the second choice is Biden Your Time with Sandy Beatty.
I think Sandy will leave out of there a little, hoping to find a spot. And if he finds a spot, he might be on top when they come to the wire. This horse has really surprised me all year long. Just look at that. 17 times, first, second, or third, 19 starts.
Well, and that's a lot of money, $176,000 in a year. That's.
And one of those, won the Ohio, the Gray Championship. So you've got that, and has gone up and down between the Buckeye Stallion Series and the Ohio Sire Stakes. Post parade now set for the 6th. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Ranks Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. The 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. The purse $75,000. No changes in race 6. It starts a mid-card double races 6 and 7. No changes in this double sequence. Here's the field. Number 1 is Domavoy, owned by Sandra Burnett and trainer Chris Beaver with Aaron Merriman. Number 2 is Asian Zing, owned by trainer Rosie Weaver and Heartland Acres. Chris Page has the assignment. Number 3, Johnny Red's Victory, owned by Wayne Mass Jr., Jonathan Vass, Scott Cox, their trainer Chris Lems. Number 4 is Long Tom Jess, by trainer Rosie Weaver and Heartland Acres with Tyler Smith. 5 is Center Prize, owned by Dennis Owens, Norman Ray Racing, and James Morris. Christy Noble trains. Dan Noble has the lines. 6, Feisty Sam, owned, trained, and reigned by Matt Brown. 7, What a Mission, owned by the stable, trained by Jason McGinnis with Anthony McDonald. Number 8 is Romeo's Dream, owned by Norm and Susan Robbins and Norman Robbins. Norm Robbins trains Doc Holliday. Completing the field is number 9, Biding Your Time, over Roger Wallace and Larry Rive, trained and driven by Sandy Beatty. Win Play Show, exactly.
So there is the field for the 6th. Domavoy, the number 1. Asian Zing, the number 2. Johnny Red's Victory, 3. Long Tom Jess is number 4. Number 5 is Center Prize. Number 6, Feisty Sam. Number 7, What a Mission. Number 8, Romeo's Dream. And number 9, Biding Your Time.
You were talking about biding your time and going back and forth between the Ohio Sire Stakes and the Buckeye, and so many of these horses. The strategy that has to go into, being able to be in 2 of these finals, and how you work that all out and getting enough points, and it's a lot of strategy.
It's not only the training and the driving, but the management of a horse during a long season like this.
Yeah,
and it
absolutely.
seems like Sandy Beatty has made all the right choices with this horse this year.
Yeah.
As Susan said, a winner of $176,000 this year, by far the most of any of the horses in this race. Only 2 others are over $100,000. Asian Zing Lifetime at $110,000, and Romeo's Dream Lifetime at $106,000. Most of Romeo's Dream's money came last year as a 2-year-old. Asian Zing, $67,000 of that has come this year for Rosie Weaver.
Yeah, but as we said, Biding Your Time made all that this year, $176,000 all this year. So that's a lot.
And obviously the decision not to race it as a 2-year-old, pretty good decision.
Did you ask him why he didn't race as a 2-year-old?
No, I don't know.
Well, if he wins, maybe we'll get him over here and we'll find out. We can do that. So the stable.ca with Anthony McDonald and Jason McGinnis with What a Mission, looking for their first Buckeye Stallion Series win of the night. They've had several already in, but unable to come away with the victory. Scott Cox with Johnny Red's Victory, looking to make it 2 for him, and Chris Lems. They were winners earlier in the night. And that came in our second race with Be Not Beastly. So they will try to make it 2 in a row. Right now, Center Prize at 6-5. The favorite for Dan Noble and Christy Noble.
This card tonight might be one of those cards where you have 14 races, 14 different winning drivers, 14 different winning trainers. Could easily shape up that way.
Yeah, it is quite a night. I could tell I hadn't, you don't think of where you are in the card until I saw my pile of carrots, and it's kind of got down there.
14 races on the card. We're
$1.7 million.
Well, it's funny. You talk about 1.7, and then you throw Super Night in there with their 3.2 million. I'm trying to think.
3.5, wasn't it?
Is it 3.5?
I don't remember.
Whatever it was, it's $5 million.
Big.
Yeah.
Big. 2 nights of racing, $5 million in purses going out over those 2 nights. And like we said, this isn't the best night in harness racing. This is the best night in horse racing, those 2 nights, for that much money to be going for in those two nights.
And this time of the year, when you've got the Sire Stakes, you've got Jug Week, you've got the Buckeye Stallion, we're going to have the Ohio Fair Championship, you got yearling sales in there. I mean, this is just the greatest time of the year right now for to be here in Ohio and racing.
Just the money that is, we're talking about, we talk about the sales, and, Lexington sales starts on Monday, and the money that's going to be going, through there and the owners down there.
This Kentucky, Ohio eligibility probably took away some horses from tonight racing down there. But I keep going back to what Anthony McDonald said in Freshman Focus, 3 years ago. For the money, you bet you should buy Ohio yearlings for your return on investment.
Yeah.
And it's holding true. And when you got horses like Biden Your Time, 176,000. Other big winners as well.
There's
it's a Buckeye State.
And like you said, your return on investment. You don't have to pay a tremendous amount. We're not paying $400,000 for horses.
No, but we've seen some go for over $200,000 at the sales. But then you turn around and you see Sugar Instead. $11,000, and what that horse has done, just been amazing.
And you remember when we did that with Ronnie Gillespie? He said, "This is the best trotter I've ever sat behind," and that was in the end of March, early May, April.
Yeah.
And now
he was right.
He was right.
And now he's got the most expensive Volstead that's sold at that auction in his barn as well. And it was funny when I was down at Zanesville for the fair and was doing an interview with Dick McClellan regarding that, and and Dick said something to Ronnie. He says, "Yeah, now he's got the most expensive one." And Ronnie goes, "I'd rather have the other one." Kidding around, but he's had the option. He's had the he's been able to drive, not the option, but he's been able to continue to drive Sugar Instead, and we'll see what comes up the next couple of weeks with Sugar Instead.
All I know is that I've got a huge pile of Ohio Sire Stakes trophies for Sugar Instead, waiting to get delivered to Mr. Wills and Mr. McClellan.
Exactly. Well, the gate is rolling. Yes, they are. We should have brought them. So. The gate is rolling. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters, the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship from the rail out Amavoy. Asian Zing, Johnny Red's Victory. Long Tom Jess, Center Prize, Feisty Sam, Water Mission, Romeo's Dream, and on the outside, Bide Your Time, Field of 9. Moving up, moving in for the 6 from Dayton Raceway. Start of a double. Here they go. They're off and trotting. Asian Zing gets the first call. Center of the track. Center Prize sent away from the rail. Domavoy far outside. Bide Your Time. Raced away in 5th is Johnny Rad's Victory. Then comes Long Tom Jess, followed by Feisty Sam, who came away 7th. Racing in 8th is Water Mission, and Romeo's Dream is the early trailer. Crossing over, clearing to the top is Center Prize. Will take over from Asian Zing. Bide Your Time. Parked down, pressing on for Beatty as they roll by the quarter in a quick 27-2. 4th to the inside is Domavoy. He's 2 clear. Johnny Red's Victory. It's another 2 back to Long Tom Jess, who's followed by Feisty Sam, Water Mission, and the trailer Romeo's Dream. Bide Your Time on the outside, still working and trying to clear to the top. It's been a tough march to the lead, but takes over from Center Prize. Now 3rd is Asian Zing. They're 4th. Domavoy out and underway. Johnny Red's Victory comes first up for Chris Lemps. With the cover is Long Tom Jess, the half, 56 seconds. Feisty Sam joins the outer flow, sliding up the rail. Water Mission, and then it's about 8 lengths to Romeo's Dream, who's struggling to keep pace. Down the backstretch they go. Asian Zing, shook free, rushes up, takes over from Bide Your Time. Center Prize will come to the outside. Johnny Red's Victory has slipped a gear. Inside, Domavoy, 3 wide is Long Tom Jess. Saving ground, Water Mission, 3 wide, Feisty Sam, and out of it, Romeo's Dream. 3/4, 124-4, and it's Asian Zing has a lead by 3. Center Prize trying to reel him in. Bide Your Time will have to dig deep to find more. Outside 4th, Long Tom Jess. Nowhere to go for Domavoy. He'll have to wait for Racing Room. Water Mission on the outside. They're off the turn and on their way home. Asian Zing with the lead. Center Prize on the outside is digging in and closing for Noble. Asian Zing, Center Prize on the outside. Center Prize to win the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. from Asian Zing, and a photo for show 154-4.
Sandy, be backed up.
So your winner is Center Prize, able to get up at the wire and nip Asian Zing, who took the lead on the back stretch, but Center Prize measured it and coming around the final turn, able to turn it on and win in 154-4. That will be a new lifetime mark for the Enterprise gelding by a tick. 5th win in 18 starts for Center Prize.
And there's another race where the first half much faster than the second half. Horses having a lot of trouble coming home.
Got out in 27-2 for the first quarter. First half in 56.
Last half 58-4. Last quarter 32nd.
Unofficially first, 5 Center Prize, second the 2 Asian Zing. Third the 4 Long.
And that's
Tom
Dan
Johnson.
Noble's first on the card.
5, 2, 4, 7.
Scoring here for his wife Christy,
who gets her second.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, she had that one in the
doubled up
first.
in the very first race. That filly and mare race.
So Center Prize, Dan Noble. There's Dan and Christy.
Get to the Within Acres Winter Circle. What are the 6?
Let's go up to Barry.
Buckeye Series Championship. 3-year-old Colt Gelding Trot 5 Center Prize. Gelded son of Enterprise, son of the Like a Prayer mare, Sun Sentinel. So by Dennis Owens of Hamilton, Ohio. Norman Ray Racing of Xenia. James Morris of Chillicothe. Christy Noble, the winning trainer. Dan Noble is the winning driver. It's the 5th career win for Center Prize. Second of the season. This is a new lifetime mark for him. He takes the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 3-year-old Colt Gelding Trot, 154-4.
So Christy Noble doubles up. She gets her second win of the day, the first in the Buckeye Stallion Series. She was a winner back in the first with Ocean Music. Kane Kaufman was in the bike for that race. So your winner now official. Center Prize with Dan Noble. Finishing second was the number 2 Asian Zing. Long Tom Jess gives Rosie Weaver 2 of the top 3. And then finishing 4th was What a Mission. Let's go back up to Barry.
5-2 exacta, $10.40. Trifecta, $23.70. Superfecta, $94.62. Pick 3, 3 of 3, $38.95. Pick 4, 4 of 4, $800.70. No one connected on today's Pick 5. The carryover for Tuesday afternoon's Pick 5 will be $2,331. Here's how they finish the 6. Domavoy 5, Asian Zing 2. Johnny Red's Victory 9, Long Tom Jess 3. Long Tom Jess finished 3rd. Center Prize, the winner, Feisty Sam 7. What a Mission 4, Romeo's Dream 8, Bide Your Time 6. Recheck top down 5, 2, 9, 3, 1, 7, 4, 8, 6 on the bottom, 154-4. 7th race is up next.
Joined there now by Dennis Owen, one of the owners of Center Prize. Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
You got to be thrilled when you can win a Buckeye Stallion Series.
Exactly.
Like
any finals like this, it's fantastic.
Tell us about this horse real quick. What do you like?
We like him because he's actually out of the 2nd, 3rd dam of Breeder Crown winners. That's how we bought him out of the sale. And he just come around as a 2-year-old. He was very good, but we quit with him because then we brought him back. And this year he just keeps getting better all the time. And he really is just hitting his stride right now.
When I think of Dennis Owens, though, I think of Pacers.
I just love the family. I had his sister, too, Lady Ruth.
Yeah. But you've had just limited number of trotters.
Yes. Bamboo was the other one. That was pretty good, yeah.
He only has good trotters.
Only good ones. That's what it is. So, but you didn't race at all as a 2-year-old, did you?
No, he had a chip that we took out, a flown chip. He trained down to 6, showed a lot of ability, took it out, and just turned him out.
You know, that's it's surprising how many horses that don't race as a 2-year-old, they come back as a 3-year-old, and they're the best.
Yeah.
It says something that maybe we're racing them too much as 2-year-olds.
Well, it's just like kids. They're not all winners early. Some make it early and mature earlier, and the other ones don't, and you got to give them time.
18 starts, 5 wins. What's left the rest of this year for Center Prize?
He's got some races in Indiana he's still going to go to. And we're just so happy the way with Christy Noble and Danny Noble, the way they brought this horse along. Done a great job.
Well, congratulations, Dennis, and hopefully, a couple more wins. Be kind of a nice way to end up the year, wouldn't it?
It would be great.
One thing about Dan and Christy, they've more or less training-wise zeroed in on the 2- and 3-year-olds and some of the older horses given to
We've
other
been very
trainers.
lucky in the last couple years, yeah. Win 2 finals of the 300,000 and second this year.
How many do you own?
25.
25.
Yeah.
How many are racing?
14.
14 of them?
Yeah.
Is this the best one you've got?
No.
Which
Best trotter.
Best trotter.
Best trotter I have.
What's the best pacer you got?
Rock Me Like You Mean It.
Okay.
For this year, yeah. Well, I had a 2-year-old that was second in the final. He made more, actually, but Rock Me Like Me It's got some more races to go.
Okay.
Now, will you be going to the Lexington sale in Harrisburg?
Yeah, yes, I am. We're going to go down there. We're going to pick up a couple more yearlings.
You got them already picked out?
No. Don't know until you look at them and what that price is. But, we've got, I think I've got 4 yearlings right now. Then I'll go into part of 2 more.
Gotcha. Well, good. Well, Dennis, congratulations. Thanks for stopping over. Get out and go and enjoy your victory.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We may have dinner with you down in Florida.
Yeah, all right. I'll be there.
Okay.
There you go. Dennis owns one of the owners of Center Prize, owns it along with James Morris and Norman Ray Racing. 5th win in 18 starts for the Enterprise gelding. And always nice when you see somebody who's been, like you said, a lot of pacers, and then to get the success with trotters.
You go back to Ocean Rock.
Yep.
He owned part of that horse, and I couldn't come up with the trotters that he's had, but I very limited.
Doubles up as an owner. He had part of, or no, sorry, I looked at the wrong one. He had Newsy N in the first one today that Dan Noble drove. So, but well, hey, thanks for joining us. I'm going to let you get out of here and enjoy yourself and kick back and watch some races and socialize.
Go
get some food. Good luck finding that.
Take
So,
care, Frank.
hey, we'll see you later, my man. We'll be back right after this to Dayton Raceway.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway as we get set for our 7th race on the card tonight. This is our 6th Buckeye Stallion Series final, 8 all told. And this will be the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers. The number 1 is I Fear Nothing. Dan Noble will try to go back-to-back, this time for trainer Jim Arledge Jr. This Fear the Dragon gelding is out of the Stand Forever mare Cherry, a homebred for Laura Baker. 29 starts on the year. Looking for that 10th win, has 9, 1 second and 3/3. Did not have a win as a 2-year-old, made 9 starts, lifetime earnings of $59,442, and has hit the board in 7 straight.
I'm going to ask before I talk about Lightning on the Beach, did Dexter Dunn get here?
I don't know. We'll
don't
find
know.
out.
He's down to drive. Dexter Dunn down to drive Lightning on the
I'll
Beach.
keep an eye on the changes
if
across
they
the
change.
bottom of the screen to see what we have.
Brian Brown trains this down by the Seaside Colt. Country Club Acres, Joe Sabraco, Acadia Farms, and R. Lombardo, all the owners of this colt. 17 starts this year, 9 wins, 3 seconds, 1/3, 131,000 in earnings. Did not start as a 2-year-old, but has a mark of 151 at Scioto Downs this year.
The number 3 is the Mandalorian. Brett Miller drives for Marion Chupp. This McArdle gelding is owned by David Beachy. 21 starts on the year. Has hit the board in 14, winning 4, earnings $47,862. Last time out at Northville, finished second, finished third in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware, and was 9th in the standings.
Judy Rogner trains, owns, and bred Don't Touch My Truck. A gelding by Racing Hill out of a Real Desire mare, age of consent. 15 starts this year, 7 wins, 3 seconds, 3/3, $60,000 in earnings. Another really lightly raced horse as a 2-year-old, just had 4 starts, made $636, but certainly has come around as a 3-year-old. Has a mark of 51-1 at Miami Valley.
You have Don't Touch My Truck. I have Don't Fear, Don't Tell. Calvin Holler trains. Aaron Merriman will be in the bike. This Fear the Dragon gelding is owned by John DeSantis of Gates Mills, Ohio. 19 starts, 3 wins, 4 seconds, 3/3. Earnings of $39,240, coming off a win by a neck at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in the Buckeye Stallion Series, pacing in 154-1.
And Trooper L and Hank Levan have the 6-hole. Trooper L is sitting 14th in the Buckeye Stallion Series standings. Hank also trains. Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, and Megan Levan are the owners of this Racing Hill Colt. It's out of a Dave Pan Lone mare. 33 starts this year, 9 wins, 10 seconds, and 4/3. Racing absolutely great. $68,000 in earnings, a mark of 152.
Cruisin' Jim, Tyler Smith drives for his dad, Jeff Smith. This Yankee Cruiser is owned by Mark Ader, who bred Cruisin' Jim. 19 starts, a win, 5 seconds, 4/3, earnings of $44,550, sitting 5th in the standings. Has hit the board in 6 straight, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3 in that order, going back 6 races.
And another Brian Brown trainee in this race, the horse that's sitting first in the Buckeye Stallion Series points, Surfside Beach. Austin Hanners will drive. Lombardo Racing and In the Gym and Acadia Farms and VIP Internet Stables are all owners of this down by the seaside. It's out of a Feelin' Frisky mare. 12 starts this year, 3 wins, earnings of $45,000, a mark of 52 at Northfield. Had a mark of 53-1 as a 2-year-old. And total lifetime earnings $129,000 plus.
You forgot Joe Sabraco too. He was
Didn't
the
I
last
say
one
that?
there. No, you
I
forgot
did.
him.
I did not say. Sorry, Mr. Sabraco.
And the number 9 is Primary Driver. Brady Galliers drives and trains this Fear the Dragon for Galliers Racing. 15 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds, and 1/3. Earnings of over $54,000 this year. Won 2 Buckeye Stallion Series legs. Finished second once. Last Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware was 6th. July 28th was when finished in second. So the top 2 point getters, Surfside Beach and Primary Driver, ended up on the outside in 8 and 9. So it'll be interesting to see how they do. And because of that, the number 2, Lightning on the Beach, the other Brian Brown entry, is 3-5 right now. And those outside, 13-1 for the number 7, Cruisin' Jim, 22-1 for Primary Driver, and 24-1 now for Surfside Beach, and 24-1 now for Primary Driver.
And Don't Fear, Don't Tell. It's first time on Lasix tonight, so we'll see what that does.
So still not sure if I did not see if Dexter Dunn, if there was a driver change in that. So I'm assuming he did make it up here from Lexington. A lot of the drivers in the later races, the Dayton Derbies, will be coming up from Lexington, getting here for their drives.
Not really that far from here, but still have to get done down there, get in the car.
Couple hours.
Yeah.
By the time you get here.
I was wondering, I saw Scott Tarleton said that they were watching from the Tranquility home. I didn't know if you had mentioned that.
I had not.
Let's say hi to everybody there. We've got great fans there that have been watching us all summer, and got a couple more to watch Tranquility, so keep on watching for this.
Yep, we've got next week we've got the fair at Coshocton on Tuesday and Wednesday. Then we're back here at Dayton next Sunday morning for the Montgomery Fair races. And then it is the last fair, Lancaster, we will have, and then it's up to Northfield Park, where we will wrap it all up with our live streaming for the year with the fair finals.
Yeah, it's been a long and great summer, hasn't it?
Not really. It's only been 4 months, 3.5 months. Feels a lot longer.
Feels longer.
Here's the post parade. Send it up to Barry.
For the 7th race, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 3-year-old Colt Pace, purse $75,000, no changes. 1 is I Fear Nothing, owned by Laura Baker, trained by Jim Arledge Jr. with Dan Noble. Number 2 is Lightning on the Beach, owned by Country Club Acres, Joe Sbrocco, Acadia Farms, Rich Lombardo, trained by Brian Brown with Dexter Dunn. Number 3, The Mandalorian, owned by David Beachy, trained by Marion Chump with Brett Miller. Number 4, Don't Touch My Truck, is owned and trained by Judy Rogner with Tony Hall. 5, Don't Fear, Don't Tell, owned by John DeSantis, Buck Holler, the trainer with Aaron Merriman. 6 is Trooper L, owned by the Van Stables, Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises, and Megan Levan, trained and driven by Hank Levan. 7 will parade last. 8 is Surfside Beach, owned by Lombardo Racing and in the Gym. Acadia Farms, VIP Internet Stable, Joe Sbrocco, trained by Brian Brown with Austin Henners. 9 is Primary Driver, owned by Galliers Racing, trained and driven by Brady Galliers.
So there is the field for the 7th. The number 1 is I Fear Nothing. The number 2, Lightning on the Beach. The number 3, The Mandalorian. The number 4, Don't Touch My Truck. The number 5, Don't Fear, Don't Tell. Number 6, Trooper L. Number 7, Cruisin' Jim. Number 8, Surfside Beach. And number 9, Primary Driver. And, Susan, we've talked about it. Trooper L, 14th in points, gets into the finals when you had, horses. The Mandalorian was 9th, the only one in the top 9 not to enter Quick Trick. So that meant the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th horses did not enter the finals for this.
I mean, just enter. They can always say no. They can always say, no, you didn't make it, but you might as well enter. So Scott wondered about your Racino food report.
My Racino food report was a hot dog from the track kitchen about 5 hours ago. So that's about all you're going to get out of it. So
we do know that they have really good pizzas up in the Racino. So if we can find somebody to run and get us a pizza, that would be great. And then we'll tell you all about it.
Last year we had wings on the set, a few of them.
Where'd they come from?
Well, I had to buy them for Charlie Myrick.
Oh, that's right.
Remember?
That's right.
Because the Buffalo Bills and the Miami Dolphins, he's a Dolphin fan, me being a Bills fan. And we had the wager, and the wager is on again for tomorrow.
It is.
So I'm putting wings up against, he's putting up a fish sandwich. Well, and it's not one of those McDonald's filet of fish sandwiches. No. It's there's a nice right near the Canton Fairgrounds when we went up to do Freshman Focus a couple years ago. We went out to lunch with Charlie up there, so it'll be a nice fish sandwich. So we'll have to see. about that. So, yeah, Scott, that's the Racino Fair Food Report.
Yeah,
for today.
Not that much.
It's funny. You take a look at the number 4 in this one. Don't Touch My Truck. Judy Rogner trains and owns and bred this horse.
Mm-hmm.
And when it won a race earlier this year, I mistakenly, when I wrote the release, said Jessica Rogner.
Oh.
And she called. She says, "No, it's mine." And I finally got a good one. I said, "Well, I apologize. We'll fix it for you." And really, it's been a great horse. Has hit the board in 13 of 15 races this year for Judy. A Racing Hill gelding out of the Real Desire mare. Age of Consent. Tony Hall be in the bike. Earnings of $60,000. Very lightly raced as a 2-year-old. Made just 2 starts with a 2nd and a 3rd place finish.
Had a mark of 51-1 at Miami Valley, so that was early in the spring. I've been racing in Michigan, racing a bit in there.
Was a winner at Northville last time out in a $20,000 race. Has won 4 of the last 6 back-to-back wins. Going to try to make it 3 in a row right now. The second choice at 5-2 behind the favorite. In fact, there is Don't Touch My Truck on the screen. The number 2, Lightning on the Beach, with Dexter Dunn up, and he is here. Right now at 3-5 for trainer Brian Brown.
We should ask Dexter Dunn if he bothered to take his colors off. He just drove up here with the colors on.
Drove.
Sometimes you don't have time.
So this the halfway point on our card of 14 races. At this rate, we'll be done at about 10 to 11. It's gone 3 hours so far. We'll be done about 10 to 11.
So you'll be home by 12:30 and leaving at 4.
Yeah.
Glad I'm not you.
Oh, my son just better be ready to drive a little bit, but I don't know if I can trust him. So I'll probably drive it all. As we get set to go, the horses are on the track, just waiting for the starting gate to start rolling. Looks like it's about ready to start rolling. This will be the 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. $75,000, the 6th of our 8 BSS finals tonight.
Starter has called him in.
They have called him. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy for the call.
Gate is rolling. It's post time. Three-year-old Colt Gelding Pacers, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 7th race from Dayton. From the rail out, I Fear Nothing, Lightning on the Beach, The Mandalorian, Don't Touch My Truck, Don't Fear, Don't Tell, Trooper L, Cruisin' Jim, Surfside Beach, and on the outside, Primary Driver. They're at the post, and here they go. Here, offhand pacing, firing out for the lead, Don't Touch My Truck. Blast clear as they race into the turn. Early speed from Don't Fear, Don't Tell. Lightning on the Beach floats away in 3rd. Is very steppy. Don't Fear, Don't Tell. 4th around the turn is the Mandalorian. He is followed by I Fear Nothing. Grabbing a seat is Trooper L. Caught 3 wide around the turn. Cruisin' Jim. Surfside Beach is next. Early trailer Primary Driver. Circle the turn past the quarter. Don't Touch My Truck had the early lead. Lightning on the Beach and Dexter Dunn look to take over 27-3 opening quarter. There in 3rd is Don't Fear, Don't Tell. Now 4th, the Mandalorian. Then it is I Fear Nothing. Up and at 'em. Trooper L is underway for Hank Levan. Picking up the cover, Cruisin' Jim and Surfside Beach and Primary Driver is still the trailer. Around the paddock, turn it over to the half. 3-5 favorite, Lightning on the Beach takes over the lead. Don't Touch My Truck following from the pocket. Don't Fear, Don't Tell is their 3rd. Now 4th, Trooper L inside the Mandalorian. The half 55-3. 28 flat, 2nd panel. Trying to track cover on the outside, 2nd over, but gapping that cover is Cruisin' Jim. He'll have to pick it up. Surfside Beach behind the gapper in the outer flow. Nowhere to go for I Fear Nothing in the trailer. Taylor is primary driver. He's got about 9 or 10 to make up as he trails to 3/4. It's Lightning on the Beach with the lead. Don't Touch My Truck is nose to helmet second. 123, 27 and 2 backside. Trooper L now third. Giving way a bit. Don't Fear, Don't Tell. That will shuffle the Mandalorian back. Outside, Cruisin' Gems still looking for more. 3 wide. Surfside Beach, top of the stretch on their way home. Lightning on the Beach has the lead. Outside, Don't Touch My Truck is digging in and coming to him. Lightning on the Beach, Don't Touch My Truck. Lightning on the Beach digging in. Don't Touch My Truck to the wire together in 150 and 2. A photo for win.
I think it was Lightning on the Beach hanging on at the wire to get the win, but we will have to wait and see. Either way, those were your top 2 finishers, Lightning on the Beach and Don't Touch My Truck. Dexter Dunn driving for Brian Brown and Lightning on the Beach and Don't Touch My Truck. Tony Hall driving for Judy Rogner.
I wish they could both win. I really like both these colts. That 4-horse about paced right through Mike Webkenbird's back window, leaving the gate. I mean, he was just rolling off the gate. He can leave a ton.
It could happen.
Wow, I don't know.
It could happen.
Yeah.
See, that's what we miss. All of
I
a sudden,
know.
out of nowhere, he pops in with some good stuff.
I mean, the first quarter was only 27 and 3, but I don't know how fast that horse could go. Like if he would have rolled him.
Here they come in the slow motion replay.
Ooh, wow.
I don't. Yeah.
Draft number 2, Lightning on the Beach. Second of 4, Don't Touch My Truck.
Yep.
Third the 6, Trooper L. Fourth of 3, The Mandalorian. 2-4-6-3 unofficial.
2-4-6-3 unofficial. How about Trooper L?
Yeah.
Finishes third for the Levan stable and Hank Levan, Dharma Fall Racing. Megan Levan, the co-owners. 34th start this year for Trooper L.
53rd of his or 54th start of his life.
The most by far of any.
Yeah.
In fact, his 33 starts this year now, or 34 starts this year, is the most of any horse lifetime.
In here, yes.
You know, the Mandalorian has made 34 now over the 2 years, but and I Fear Nothing 33, but Trooper L has done it in 1 year and now has hit the board for the 24th time in those 34 starts.
Raced so good at the fairs. We would watch him and just was such a nice horse.
And here comes Dexter Dunn back to the winner's circle.
Into the Mid-Acres winner's circle, winner of race 7. Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 3-year-old Golden Gelding Pace 2, Lightning on the Beach, a gelded son of Down by the Seaside, on the better's Delight Mare. Peanut Butter Shake, owned by Country Club Acres of Findlay, Joe Sirocco of Brecksville, Acadia Farms of Canfield, Rich Lombardo Racing of Solon, all of Ohio. Brian Brown, the winning trainer, Dexter Dunn, the winning driver. It's the 10th win of the year for Lightning on the Beach. That's 2 in a row for him. It's a new lifetime mark. The mile 150 and 2 fell only 1/5 of a second of equaling the track record. It's a new lifetime mark for Lightning on the Beach. He wins the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship in 150 and 2.
We're seeing 150 and 2 from Lightning on the Beach. You just wonder what they're going to go later on this evening when we get to the Dayton Derbies. Right now, though, just a tick off the record for Lightning on the Beach. Don't Touch My Truck finished second. Finishing third was Trooper L, and finishing fourth was the Mandalorian. We'll wait to get the official rundown from Barry Vickroy. 27 and 3, 55 and 3, 123 and 150 and 2, just a tick off of the tying the track record for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding.
If you can look behind you, Frank. Oh, no, that's not her again. But Mark Steesey, I think it is, came by with Rory Xenia just at a walk right up next to the fence. And, you know, he was smiling and talking to the fans, and everybody was taking pictures of her and stuff. She's in the distaff going for 250 tonight.
Let's go to Barry for the rest of the rundown.
Here's how they finish the 7th. I Fear Nothing 7, Lightning on the Beach, the winner. The Mandalorian 4, Don't Touch My Truck 2. Don't Fear, Don't Tell 5, Trooper L 3, Cruisin' Jim, 8. Surfside Beach, 6. Primary driver, 9. Rechecking top down, 714 253 869 on the bottom, 150 and 2. 8th race is next. No changes
So there you
today.
go. The finish now official for the 7th. Your winner, Lightning on the Beach. Brian Brown picks up the win. We have now had through 6 of our races, 6 different drivers and 6 different trainers winning Buckeye Stallion Series.
It's going to be one of those nights. Roger said before, we could go through this whole night with 14 different trainers, 14 different drivers. It's just one of those nights. How's it over there in the winner's circle, Brett?
It's great. So we got some good blankets for the winners, and you've done a great job on supplying the horsemen with their prizes, and so
A lot of excited people when they come in to win a race like this. I think they got to be excited.
absolutely. I mean, some of these colts or fillies haven't, like in the Sire Stakes final or something, but it's always a big win to get this BSS final. And I also want to say I sure appreciate the hard work that the track crew's done. You know, my first concern always going track to track is for the welfare of the horse, of course, but to have the track as good as possible. And between Jimmy Shelton and his crew and Jason Bloom, the director of racing, and he also helps on the track, it's really phenomenal tonight. So.
Joined by Brett Merkel, since we didn't introduce who we had here.
Everybody knows Brett.
Everybody does know Brett. He's our track representative here for the OHHA. I have one question for Brett.
Okay.
Where's my hat?
Well, I can get you one. Yeah.
Got this nice Hollywood gaming hat with the big OHHA logo on the back.
Yeah, Jason Bloom's got a couple, and I'm right now I'm going to go over and get you one.
I think Matt would want one too. You know,
Matt,
he needs one more than I do. He's got less hair.
Okay.
Matt's got less hair, so he needs one more than I do. So,
okay, I'm going to go get you a couple right now. Okay.
Isn't it funny how hats are in such demand? I mean, everybody you come across, you're always coming into the office saying, I need more hats. I need more hats. People love hats.
We go through a lot of hats at office, I know, and of course the T-shirts you give out at the fairs and so forth. So we do what we can here at the office, and I sure appreciate. It's great working with both of you and Matt and everybody in the office. So it's fun.
Talk about what you do have to go through when Scioto shuts down. We go to Delaware, and then come here. At least there was that week in between. A lot of times you don't have much time, when Miami Valley shuts down and you're going right to Scioto Downs or Dayton 2 there. So a lot goes into getting from track to race.
Sure does. And what we run into this year, every year is different. The box was really extra full, so a lot of horses didn't get in just because we can only go 14 races here. And so, I mean, the horsemen, they've understood that for the most part. So, and the first week here tonight, is all stakes. So the first week's been a little hectic, but it'll settle down and we'll be fine. So I'm happy with everything.
Overall, racing has been pretty good the first week here.
Oh, yeah, it's been real good. So, I mean, you see a lot of horses that just coming from Scioto, or like tonight on the stakes, it's different. But so the horsemen always are waiting to come to Dayton.
You talked about the track crew and what a great job they have done. Had a track record earlier tonight. We were just a tick off of track record here. How fast are they going to go tonight for those later races?
Well, it's kind of all about fractions, I believe. But, yeah, we got good horses racing here pretty soon. We'll have good horses racing all night, but Grand Circuit's here. So it's hard to say. It's really about the fractions, but I expect them to mix it up a little bit going for 250, don't you?
No, it should be interesting. It should be fun. And
you talk about the good horses that have come in here for those Dayton Derbies. We've got 13 horses that have made more than $1 million.
That's saying something.
That is.
It really is.
You know, it's funny. We've talked about that in the office as we've tracked the Ohio millionaires, and you just see so many, because of the money, you just see so many horses going over that $1 million. But, you know, we've got some $2 million horses here as well, and two Ohio breds, you know, that have earned over $2 million. You know, Charlie May and it's Academic.
It's Academic, yeah.
So $2 million they have made now.
Unheard of 10, 15 years ago?
Oh, yeah,
Unheard
it really
of.
is. So, I mean, to make over $2 million even 10 years ago, it was just a phenomenal horse. But, yeah, we're getting more and more big money makers. And going back to the BSS horses, if you got one of the better Buckeye Stallion horses, we've had several Ohio horses make over 100,000. So that's a big plus for the owners in Ohio, where they can, and most owners I run into, they just love the business. So
doing well. So, well, good. Well, we'll let you get back to work. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will have our 8th race, the 7th of our Buckeye Stallion Series races, right after this.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Cool Winds Farm wants to thank all the bidders and buyers that supported the Ohio Selected Jug Sale. Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding facility that specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, whose first crop of 2-year-olds are now racing. Cool Winds also welcomed Western Fame to their stallion barn, who won nearly $2 million competing against the best pacers of his generation.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway as we get set for the second half of our card. The 8th race on our card is our 7th Buckeye Stallion Series final.
I just have to point out that Roger was showing before that Rusty Voorhees was here and watching. Well, now Roger's watching. So we can track you, Roger. We know that you're out there watching.
All right, and we get set. Let's take a look at this field for the 3-year-old filly trot. Purse of $75,000, 9 to go to the gate. The number 1 is Golden Endeavor. Austin Hanners will get the drive for Herman Hagerman. Came in 8th in points. A $10,000 purchase at the Buckeye Classic sale, owned by Top Shelf Stable of Brewster, Ohio. This is a filly by Enterprise out of the Donneral mare Lucky W. 22 starts on the year, 5 wins, 4 seconds, 4 thirds, earnings of over $60,000 lifetime, 6 wins in 35 starts. Last time out was at Dover, finished 2nd.
Gabby's Teddy Bear and Trevor Smith will leave from post position 2. Chris Beaver is the trainer. This is of course, with Chris, you always figure it's going to be a Triumphant Caviar, and what this filly is. Out of a credit winner mare, Gabby's Credit Card. 16 starts this year, 3 wins, 6 seconds, 2 thirds, $51,000 in earnings. Owned by Stephen Z. Handler, one of our new OHHA board directors, and a whole bunch of beavers. I have a JM beaver, a C beaver, a CF beaver, so a bunch of beavers along with Mr. Z. Handler.
The number 3 is Fantastic L. Hank Levan will drive. He also trains this Team 6 filly out of the SJ's Caviar mare Perceptive Caviar. Levan Stables, along with Darmafall Racing and E. Perry and Megan Levan, own this Fantastic L. 26 starts this year, 11 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Lifetime 45 starts, 21 wins. Last time out, up at Delaware, finished 6th in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Was scratched the race before that. Let's head over to the call to post, and then we'll tell you the rest of the field.
Horses headed to the track for the 8th race, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 3-year-old filly Trotters, purse $75,000. No changes. Race 8 will start at pick 3 on races 8, 9, and 10. Here's the field. Number 1 is Golden Endeavor by Top Shelf Stable. Herman Hagerman trains. Austin Handlers drives. 2 is Gabby's Teddy Bear by Johanna and Charlie Beaver. Trainer Chris Beaver. Steve Z. Handler with Trevor Smith. 3 is Fantastic L, owned by the Van Stables, Dharma Fall Racing Enterprises. Ed Perry and Megan Levan, Hank Levan, the trainer-driver. 4 is Doc's Boo Boo, by JR Stable, trained by Mark Winters with Jeff Nysonger. Number 5 is Vintage, by Joyce McClellan, the Melrose Stable, trained by John Ryan Melsheimer, Sam Widger. 6 is Krista's Legacy, by Leroy Kine, trained by Brian Miller with Chris Page. Number 7 is Smokin' Hot Irish Girl, owned by the stable, trained by Jason McGinnis with Anthony McDonald. Number 8, What Up G? It's owned by trainer Chris Beaver and Steve Z. Handler with Aaron Merriman. The 9 is Pariso, owned by Bruce Salsby, Alan Weisenberg, and trainer Dalton Walls. Ronnie Gillespie is in the sulky. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, super factor, race 8 will start at pick 3.
Susan, pick it up with the 4.
Yay, Doc's Boo Boo. I get Doc's Boo Boo. The Down by the Seaside trotter, the last time that I looked, it was the only trotter that Down by the Seaside had. It had 657 pacers or something and 1 trotter. So Doc's Boo Boo, Jeff Nysonger drives for Mark Winters, JR Stable LLP from Orient are the owners. A Down by the Seaside out of a Dilbert Hanover mare. 13 starts this year, 7 wins, 3 seconds, 1/3, 166,000 in earnings, a mark of 54-1. Had a mark as a 2-year-old of 56-4 at Delaware. He's made $256,000 lifetime.
The number 5 is Vintage. Sam Widger drives for John Ryan Melsheimer. This creatine is owned by Joyce McClellan and Melrose Stable. Did not race as a 2-year-old. 11 starts this year, 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a 1/3, coming off a win at Dayton back on the 26th.
Sitting second in the Buckeye Stallion Series points is Krista's Legacy. Chris Page will drive for Brian Miller. Leroy Keem is the owner. He's from Millersburg, Ohio. This is a Long Tom filly out of an SJ's Photo mare. 5 wins this year out of 16 starts. Earnings of $71,000 and a mark of 55-2 at Scioto. Won 3 starts back at Scioto, and that was a non-winners of 4 pari-mutuel in that 55-2.
The number 7 is Smokin' Hot Irish Girl. Anthony McDonald drives for Jason McGinnis. The Stable.ca owns this Uncle Peter filly out of the Muscle Yankee mare Fantasy Yankee. 15 starts, a win, 4 seconds, and a 1/3. Lifetime 4 wins and 26 starts, was 7th in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware. Prior to that, 4 second-place finishes in the last 5 races.
And What Up G sitting first in the Buckeye Stallion Series points. Aaron Merriman will drive. Chris Beaver, the trainer. This is, of course, a Triumphant Caviar out of a Holiday Road mare called G. O'Keefe. Chris Beaver and Stephen Z. Handler are the owners. Won his last Buckeye Stallion Series race at Delaware in 58, but has a record of 54-4 at Scioto. 105,000 this year, 18,000 as a 2-year-old, so total of 123, almost 124,000.
The number 9 is Pariso. Ronnie Gillespie drives for the president of the Matt Clark fan club, trainer Dalton Walls. The creatine filly is out of a Windsong Legacy mare, Wing Bat, owned by Dalton, along with Bruce Soulsby and Alan Weissenberg. 6 wins in 16 starts this year, add 4 seconds, earnings of over $74,000. Lifetime has earned over $107,000. Last time out was scheduled to race in the Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware, but was scratched 6th after a break in the Ohio Sire Stakes Gray Championships was second, finished 9th.
She just went by. I looked to see if Dalton put the hobbles on her, and he didn't. She was going to be first start with trot and hobbles at Delaware, it looked like, when she got scratched. So she is not wearing them tonight. She was going to be at least second, I think, in that consolation before she made that break. So I'm sure he was pretty frustrated with her. I mean, that was going for a lot of money. She looked really good up to that point, and she just, jumped coming out of the turn. But she was really looking good up to that point.
Yeah, she was sitting second, parked out by just a length, and then just jumped it off.
It looked like going to go past pretty handy, and Ronnie lost her. Dalton has said she's not the easiest thing in the world to drive. She's kind of got a mind of her own out there. So
I think Ronnie handles those kind of horses well.
Yeah,
he's just he's probably not. He hasn't had the cream of the crop kind of horses. He's brought along a lot of horses that maybe were a little hard.
It's funny, this week I went back and I was pulling some videos to work on the next video newsletter, which will be out a little later than planned, just so everybody knows. But the emotion Ronnie showed after winning with Sugar Instead in the Scarlet Championship, the camera was on him after he won, and you could just see the emotion, the fist pumps that he kept giving himself as he kept going around, and to see Ronnie have the success that he has had is great. And if anybody can, get Pariso around this track coming out of the 9-hole tonight, and, at 36-1, Ronnie Gillespie could do it.
Yeah. Yeah, we had a great interview with him at Delaware after he won, and just it speaks so highly of that filly. We used to. Ronnie was not the king of the fairs this year. Jeff Neisunger got that title this year because Ronnie was racing other places and not as much at the fairs.
Which is what Jeff did the previous year.
Exactly. Yep. They just kind of flipped back and forth. But so Ronnie was called the king of the fairs a lot last year, and after he won at Delaware, he came back and he said, "Yeah, I may be the king today, but Sugar Instead is my queen." And I thought that was a great line. So Ron Sturgeson says that I haven't asked trivia questions for years now.
Now, Ron, we've done a few. We've done
very
some,
few,
not
very
many,
few.
but we have done a few.
Basically, because I got in a whole lot of trouble because I was giving away too much stuff.
And we've got one for you coming up right after this, and let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
3-year-old filly trotters from the rail out. Golden Endeavor, Gabby's Teddy Bear, Fantastico. In the center, Doc's Boo Boo, Vintage, and Krista's Legacy. And on the outside, Smoking Hot Irish Girl, What Up G, and Pariso. They're moving up and moving in for the 8th from Dayton Raceway. And here they go. They're off and trotting, going for the lead. Doc's Boo Boo with Vintage to her outside. Inside, Gabby's Teddy Bear, good start. Protecting position from the rail is Golden Endeavor, there 4th. Looking for a seat and a friend is What Up G in 5th. Racing 6th is Fantastico. Next is Krista's Legacy, followed by Smoking Hot Irish Girl and Pariso at the back. Around the turn, they drive for the quarter, and Vintage sprinted clear by 3. Doc's Boo Boo, the favorite, tightening up in the pocket as they pass the quarter in a quick 27-2. Coming to the stretch the first time. Widger trying to tap the brakes with Vintage. Doc's Boo Boo to the outside, looking to take over, and they're on even terms as they pass the 3/8 station. Inside 3rd is Gabby's Teddy Bear. She'll replace Doc's Boo Boo in the pocket. 4th is Golden Endeavor. Angled out. What Up G looking to get underway. Fantastic L at the pylons. Picking up cover is Krista's Legacy. Then it is Smoking Hot Irish Girl and Pariso. Past the half, 56-1, 28-4, and Vintage did not want to relinquish command. Has a lead by 2.5. Gabby's Teddy Bear is 2nd. Golden Endeavor is 3rd. Doc's Boo Boo, she is off her game tonight. She is in full retreat. Trying to close in from 4th, now 3rd and 3 wide is What Up G. Now 5th, Krista's Legacy. Inside, Fantastic L as they trot for 3/4. It's Vintage. Widger center on a speed mission. She still has a lead by 2.5. Outside 3 wide is What Up G. Golden Endeavor inside. Gabby's Teddy Bear gives way. Now 4th is Krista's Legacy. 3/4, 125-1. as they come to the top of the stretch. It's Vintage with the lead by 2. Golden Endeavor still trying to close. What Up G will angle in, save ground, and try to duck into the passing lane. Krista's Legacy is still coming. Vintage with the lead. She opens up again by 3. It's Vintage and Sam Widger to win the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 3-year-old filly trot. Vintage in 1:55 and 2.
Sam Widger took Vintage to the lead, never looked back, winning in 1:55 and 2 for trainer John Ryan Melsheimer and owners Joyce McClellan and Melrose Stable. Fractions of 27 and 2, 56 and 1, 125 and 1, final 155 and 2, and then you could have thrown a blanket over the next 4 or 5 horses in there for 2nd through 5th. And as Barry Vickroy said, Doc's Boo Boo just did not have it tonight, went off as the overwhelming favorite in the race. And we will wait to get the final results. Waiting on the photo to get the top 4, but it was Sam Widger and Vintage. Getting to the winner's circle. Vintage. There we go.
Second, the 8, What Up G. Third, the 1, Golden Endeavor. Fourth, the 6, Krista's Legacy. 5, 8, 1, 6 is unofficial.
5816 unofficial, so that makes it Vintage, What Up G, Golden Endeavor, and Krista's Legacy, the top 4. Vintage was off at 9-5. And heading back to the winner's circle right now, Sam Widger.
Back to the Midland Acres Winner's Circle. Winner of the 8th race, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 3-year-old filly trot, 5 Vintage, and daughter of Creatine. Out of the Cadabra mare, Swan and Only. Owned by Joyce McClellan of Zanesville, Ohio. Melrose Stable of Hopewell, Ohio. Trained by John Ryan Melsheimer. Sam Widger is the winning driver. It's the 4th career win for Vintage. The mile 155 and 2. Vintage, Sam Widger take the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 3-year-old filly trot, 155 and 2.
Vintage with the win. Earnings now will go up to about $88,000. This horse was a $97,000 purchase at the Ohio Select sale. So still has not gotten to that point yet. Did not race, though, as a 2-year-old. Raced a 3-year-old very lightly, just the 12th start for this 3-year-old. Has now won 4 of the 12 with 2 seconds and a 3rd place finish. Wait for it to go official here. So Vintage, the winner, coming off a win here 4 days ago at Dayton. So back-to-back wins for Vintage, is taking a liking to the Dayton track. Was 3rd in the Buckeye Stallion Series prior to that. So be joined here momentarily.
What do I do?
Mr. Dick McClellan joining us. You put on the headset, and congratulations. Always nice to see you coming out of the winner's circle. It seems like we're seeing this a lot lately, though.
I really like to be in the winner's circle. That's good. A good feeling.
Well, now, if you own Vintage from the beginning, did you bought her for $97,000 at the beginning, and now starting to get there, but didn't race as a 2-year-old?
I bought her with John Ryan, the trainer's father.
Okay.
He and I bought her, and then she's in the Melrose Stable with my wife. I didn't think she'd make it to the races. As a 2-year-old, she just couldn't put anything together, and didn't make it. And as a 3-year-old, I still didn't think she'd make it. But she just took so long to get her together. Then we had a little breathing problem with her. And then the other day was about ready, and she fell down on the track. It would set us back again. But to look at the filly, she's one of my favorite fillies. I mean,
she's taken a liking to Dayton. That's 2-2.
That's very good. That's very good. Yeah, but she's really a nice-looking filly. Yeah.
What goes through your mind when you pay that much money for a yearling and then it doesn't get there? You've been in this game a long time, and you've seen both sides of it.
Well, my wife's probably watching this, so I'm not going to swear. But you can say, "What the hell did you do that for?" Because when you look down through the book, there's not. Sometimes the big hitters are not the ones winning the races, as you know, with Sugar Instead. She certainly wasn't a $97,000 yearling, But when this filly came in the ring as a yearling, I really liked her. She's really a good looking for confirmation.
It's got to feel good to finally see her battle through all the problems and the issues and finally, get some returns.
It feels very good because, at the top of the stretch, I thought, I think they're going to catch her.
Well, Sam did a great job driving. He kept after her.
He did. He put her on the gate, and he acted like she was the best, and tonight she was.
Let's go up to Barry for the rundown real quick.
50-cent try, $100.55. 20-cent superfecta, 5-8, 1 with 6, $175.46. Here's how they finished the 8th. Golden Endeavor 3, Gabby's Teddy Bear 9, Fantastic L 6, Doc's Boo Boo 8. Vintage, the winner, Krista's Legacy 4, Smoking Hot Irish Girl 5, 1 of G2, Bariso 7. Rechecking top down, 3, 9, 6, 8, 1, 4, 5, 2, 7 on the bottom, 155 and 2. Ninth race is next.
Now I want to know, how big of a trophy room do you guys have in your house?
Well, you haven't sent the ones that...
No, I know. That's why they're sitting in our office. You have a huge box there. So if you don't have a big enough trophy room, you might be adding on to that house.
Well, one of the things we have, and we have put a display up, is we have a golf course in Zanesville. And we have put some of the trophies in the showroom of the golf course because a number of people know that we're in the horse business and like to talk about them and see what they're doing.
Well, you got another one in later tonight, Refined. How do you like your chances? Drew the 8-hole, so a little difficult there, but coming off the win in the Ohio Breeders' Aged.
Refined's really been a good horse for us. She's just a great mare. She's 7 years old and getting a little bit older and coming out of the 8-hole. You shouldn't ask her to do too much.
Well, tonight she can join a list of, how many do we have? 17 millionaires? She could go over the $1 million mark tonight.
That would be nice. I don't know if she's going to do it tonight, but that could happen.
But it's going to happen sooner than later.
I hope so.
Yeah.
I hope so.
Well, Dick,
can you tell us what's on store for Sugar Instead?
Well, I could probably say that we're going to the Breeders' Crown.
Oh, yay.
So I think she deserves it. We've tossed it back and forth with Virgil and with Larry Wills, the other owner, and she's paid her way, and I don't think she'll embarrass us, and so we're going to go.
Now, will you have to supplement her? Or
No.
So she's already in. Okay.
Susan Sickle, who we bought her from, you could see how much she thought of her. To take a mare that you pay $11,000 for and put her in the Breeders' Crown, it's about like buying one for $97,000. What are you thinking?
Well, hopefully things. That would just be a wonderful story.
That would be a
unbelievable
great
story.
Your article that you had in the magazine was very good. I've got a lot of compliments on that.
And I have some extra copies for you in your box of trophies that we will get to you one of these days.
I appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay,
we're going to take a break, Dick. Thank you for joining us here, and good luck tonight with Refined, maybe
Thank
a millionaire. We'll be back right after this.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway as we get set for the final race of our Buckeye Stallion Series season. This will be the 2-year-old Colt Pace final. To think 5 legs ago, starting it back here at Miami Valley, and now we are here for the last race in the Buckeye Stallion Series right after next up.
Yeah, what a great series it's been. I just think that it filled that spot in between the Sire Stakes and the fairs that just really needed it.
When you think about it, the fair level, I tell people when, I'm out and I talk to them, I say, the Grand Circuit is the major leagues, if you think baseball. The Ohio Sire Stakes is like your AAA, and your fairs are like your single A. And the Buckeye Stallion Series fills that need in the middle, the AA right there. And it gives you, as people saw in the last commercial we just had, they've raced for, Ohio Sire horses have raced for over $20 million this year in stakes. And you've got that point wherever you want to be, that you can find the point to race. And, it's, and to see horses like, the vintage that paid $97,000 for it, does not race as a 2-year-old. Trouble getting there, has only earned $37,000, has had all the troubles it has had to finally win, is really nice for the McClellans.
And it was quite interesting as I asked him if he would come down for an interview, and he said yes, and he got out of the winner circle, and he goes, I love that horse. Just like he was so, after all the horses that he's had and all the great horses that he's had, I love her, It's neat, really neat.
Well, let's take a look at the field for the 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pace. The number 1 is That's Markey. Chris Page will drive for Melby Ober Jr. Matt Rowe, looking for his second win of the night, has hit the board in 8 of 9 starts this year, was second at the Buckeye Stallion Series race at Delaware, and has earned $44,560, a mark of 52-1, taken at Northfield.
Kurt Lepley trains, owns, and bred Rain Rock, who comes from the 2-hole with Kurt Sugg. This is a well-said colt out of a rock and roll Hanover mare. 9 starts this year, 2 wins, 4 seconds. Has earned $37,691. Has a mark of 54-2 at Northfield Park.
The number 3 is See You at the Smoke. Michael Lee trains for, and David Miller is scheduled to drive. Has hit the board in all 9 races, winning 7. Has won the last 3, including the Buckeye Stallion Series 5th leg at Delaware. Won 3 legs, finished second in the other 2.
Dragons Are Fearless and Tim Tetrick leave from post position 4. Timothy Lane is the trainer. James Stauball and Alan Keith are the owners. This is a Fear the Dragon colt out of a rock and roll Hanover mare, Rockin' in Cash. 3 wins on the year out of just 8 starts, $37,000 in earnings, and a nice mark of 52-3 at Scioto.
Sam Widger will try to go back-to-back, this time with the Betty Clegg trainee Somewhere Up, the 2-year-old colt by Latherup out of Somewhere Sunny. Betty Clegg owns. This horse was bred by Stephanie Smith, has hit the board in 11 of 17, has won 4 of those races, was a winner at Dover, but was placed second.
The second horse from the Clegg barn is Cinderlane Cruiser. Air Merriman will drive for trainer-owner Betty Clegg. This is a Yankee Cruiser out of a If I Can Dream mare, sitting 8th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points. This was a $10,000 purchase at the Ohio Selected sale. Has earned really close to $50,000. 9 wins on the year out of 22 starts, a mark of 55-4.
The number 7, Dragging You Along. Ben Davis is the trainer. Kane Kaufman is the driver. 10 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 2 thirds. Brett Hopper and James Davis own this. Is a homebred. finished first at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
Attention Span and Brady Galliers have the 8-hole. Brady is also the trainer. Galliers Racing and David Cryway are the owners. This is a Down by the Seaside, a $23,000 yearling purchase. 8 starts this year, 3 wins, $41,000 in earnings, and a mark of 53-1 at Scioto.
Dan Noble and Christy Noble will try to make it 2 Buckeye Stallion Series final victories with High Ho Silver. This is a Down by the Seaside out of the Jeremy Jet Mare Express Jet, owned by Dennis Owens. Wall Brothers Stables, Norman Ray Racing, and Jay Morris of Chillicothe. 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 8 thirds in 8 starts. Let's send it up to the post parade.
For the 9th race, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 2-year-old Colt Pace versus $75,000. There are no changes in the 9th. It will start a mid-card double on races 9 and 10. Here's the field. Number 1, well, that's Markey, is owned by Matt Rowe, trained by Melby Ober Jr. with Chris Page. Number 2, Rain Rock, is owned and trained by Kurt Lepley with Kurt Zog. 3, See You at the Smoke, Michael Lee, the owner, trainer with David Miller. Number 4, Dragons Are Fearless, owned by James Stanball and Alan Keith, trained by Tim Lane with Tim Tetrick. 5, Somewhere Up, owned and trained by Betty Clegg with Sam Wedger. Number 6, Cinderlane Cruiser, owned and trained by Betty Clegg, Aaron Merriman up. 7, Dragon You Along, owned by Brent Hopper and Jim Davis. Ben Davis trains, Kane Kaufman has the lines. Number 8 is Attention Span, Galliers Racing to David Cryway, the owner's trainer driver Brady Galliers. 9, High Ho Silver, owned by Dennis Owens, Wall Brothers Stable, Norman Ray Racing to James Morris, Christy Noble trains. Dan Noble is in the sulky. Win place
Top 9 point getters all in this one, so the top 9 said, let's enter and go.
And one of the top 9 naughtiest horses in the winner's circle was High Ho Silver.
No, you know,
Delaware.
it was not naughty. It was living up to its name with
yes,
the
you're
Lone
right.
Ranger. It
You're
was said, my name's High Ho Silver, and that's what the Lone Ranger used to say, and up went High Ho Silver, and Christy Noble was there with the baby and kind of bailed out a little bit.
That was a scary looking sight. When Dan got a hold of her, she kind of said, okay, I'm sorry, and stood pretty good after that, but had that nice win at Delaware in the Buckeye Stallion Series in 55-4. Wasn't tired, obviously, in the winner's circle. But
no, in fact, has won 3 of the last 5 races, has hit the board in 5 of 6, no worse than first or second in those, except for the 4th place finish in that overnight Buckeye Stallion Series eligible race. Nice shot of the moon. It's got to be behind the grandstand coming from one of the cameras on the other side. But that is a great shot of the moon. We should give Matt Clark credit for that shot. Somehow he got that.
He must have. It's a great night here at Dayton. I mean, we've seen some really fast miles. And, all summer long we've seen – I haven't counted it up yet. Now that the fairs are getting almost done, maybe we can count it up. How many new track records there were at the fairs?
And in fact, I had got a message about a week ago about somebody had said there was, and I don't remember the horse, and I'd have to get my phone to look it up, but my phone's not here. There was a track record set at one of the tracks, and they asked me why it wasn't in the newsletter or the magazine. Sometimes we just miss them. We miss them, and we'll get that in the next one. So, but while we're doing this, why don't you move a chair over and let's get yes. Oh no.
Yes.
Come on, sir.
Come on.
The man who's responsible for all of this.
I got to stop coming to say hi to you guys. Every time I walk by the table, then I have to put a headset on.
Great night. What a great night.
Yeah, it's working out great, huh? Great weather, great races are good. The track's great, good atmosphere.
Maybe we should introduce who we have here since
Yeah.
I didn't.
Nah, everybody knows who I
Director,
am. Yeah, right.
What is your new title now, or official title here?
No, it's still the same. It's
Okay.
Director of Racing here at Dayton. So, yeah, I've kind of really added the race secretary on this year as our longtime race secretary and longtime Ohio race secretary. Greg Keidel, retired, and I think he had 30-some years in at Northfield, little running aces, Miami Valley, Dayton here. So he's enjoying. I just talked to him the other day. He's just golfing. I mean, he's like golfing him during the day, playing cards at night. He's living the dream.
Did you see him at Delaware?
I didn't.
He looked great. He came into our booth. I was like, retirement. Was
Agrees
speaking
with
to
him.
him, but the thing was, he had just had a stroke earlier this year, and you could not tell. I mean, it was just he said he was almost fully recovered, got a clean bill of health from the doctor. He was going back one more time, but he looked fantastic.
Yeah,
really
no,
did.
I just missed him. I actually, unfortunately, there this week I always, help out at the jug. I always do some stuff with the track crew, and I hurt my back earlier this week, and I missed the jug. I woke up Thursday morning, and I couldn't walk and couldn't do anything, and so had to get to the doctor, and I'm still a little sore and stuff from that. But yeah, he stopped by Thursday, and I missed him.
A little sore. You were busting your hump today early on. I saw you in a T-shirt working. You were running around like crazy.
Probably overdoing it. There'll be a lot of laying the next couple of days to heal up. That's what.
Part of the problem could be those trophies that you have. Those things
Yeah.
weigh, I don't know how much they weigh. They are the heaviest, beautiful trophies that he has for the Dayton Derbies. They're just magnificent.
Yeah, they would do. I go a little crazy on the trophies. I always have. That ties back to my Tioga days. I didn't. I had a big trophy budget there in trophy. I just like to have something that's nicer and unique. I saw at the Red Mile even today they had looked like tops to
the barrels
yeah,
tops that we saw.
Yeah, just
we're getting them.
Yeah, I mean just something different. I like to go for different stuff. And a few years ago, I'll go every year. We go to the same trophy company, and I'll go to him and say, "What do you got new? You got something new, interesting, anything different?" And so he'll send me a list, and like we're sticking with those. The crystal heads and stuff right now. I tell you what I've always wanted to do. I probably shouldn't say it and give it away for anybody, but like always wanted to do the championship belts, like a wrestling belt.
There you go.
And I might do those next year. Actually, I kind of wanted to do it this year and kind of forgot about it and didn't want to do it last second something. But just do something different. I just like having something that's unique.
Just a great night of racing here. Just the amount of money that is going into this is just amazing.
Yeah. A lot of great racing too, upsets, and really been fantastic.
Stick around can you stick around for a little bit? We're going to head up to post. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, 2-year-old Colt and Gelding Pacers for the 9th from Dayton Raceway from the rail out. Well, that's Markey. Rain Rock, See You at the Smoke. Dragons Are Fearless, Somewhere Up, and Cinder Lane Cruiser dragging you along. Attention Span and I.O. Silver. They're at the post of the year. They go. Deer, Albion pacing, fired away. See You at the Smoke from the outside, dragging you along an attention span with early speed at the rail. Well, that's Markey. Hi-Ho Silver on the outside. Inside is Rain Rock, away 7th. Dragons Are Fearless is followed by Somewhere Up. At the early trailer is Cinder Lane Cruiser. They circle the turn and drive for the quarter, and See You at the Smoke as the lead. Grabbing the pocket, dragging you along. There in third is, well, that's Markey. Attention Span 4th, 26-4 opening quarter. And, well, that's Markey is out and rolling and looking to take over from See You at the Smoke for Page. Attention Span comes to the outside. He's now third, now fourth, dragging you along. Hi-Ho Silver to the outside from 5th. Picking up cover 6th on the outside is Dragons Are Fearless. Inside is Rain Rock. Stacked up 4th over on the outside is Somewhere Up. At the trailer, Cinder Lane Cruiser, new leader. Well, that's Markey. Clocks the half, 55-1, 28-2 second panel. Attention Span is first up now, second. See You at the Smoke from the pocket. Hi-Ho Silver in gear 3 wide for double. Along the inside, dragging you along. Looking to follow that 3 wide move is Dragons Are Fearless. Next on the outside, Somewhere Up at the rail. Rain Rock at the trailer. Cinder Lane Cruiser. On to 3/4. Well, that's Markey with the lead on the outside. Hi Ho Silver. See You at the Smoke has had the trip since the 3/8 for David Miller. 123 and 4. 28 and 3 backside. On the outside, 4th. Dragons Are Fearless. Inside 5th. Dragging you along as they come to the top of the stretch. Page asking for more from Well, that's Markey. See You at the Smoke, ready to pounce from the pocket. Hi-O Silver outside, dragging you along to the inside, into the stretch. Well, that's Markey. See You at the Smoke, digging in and closing. Well, that's Markey. See You at the Smoke. Noses apart on the line. Very tight photo. 153 and 2.
Boy, that's close.
153 and 4.
I ran into the connections of See You at the Smoke at a gas station in Bluffton on the way down here. I really like this Colt.
It looked like David Miller and See You at the Smoke hung on. They came in as the top one, and while we wait for that, Jason, between tonight and Super Night, over $5 million. It just shows how great things are in Ohio, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Ohio program is really strong. I like the way it's set up, too. I like having the different options. You really need that. I mean, each state's got, a little something, but I really like, I honestly, and no home bias, I've been up in New York and stuff. It's just, I like the Ohio system best. I like that you have the Sire Stakes. I like that you have the Buckeye for the next step down. I like that you have the fairs, that you can jump around. The money is just wherever you want to go. I mean, it's just, the money's good.
And then you're going to top it off tonight with Grand Circuit action, and the Dayton Derby is just going to be an unbelievable event.
Yeah.
And tough to follow up last year's,
Yeah.
but you're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, and I think it's that's the one.
One
Yeah,
got
so I
it.
thought
Well,
maybe
that's
the one
Markey.
got there.
Well, that's Markey, the winner.
Yeah, it's really it's hard to follow up Bulldog. And as much as I like Bulldog coming to, and of course it's fantastic because when you get the elite horse, I like when the race is a little bit more like when we do the computer draw, and I'm the one that clicks the button, and I get the horses there and I click up and I pop up and I see the favorites draw, the outside. I'm like, oh man, it couldn't worked out any better. It just it adds intrigue to the race. When I'm drawing down 2-4 and then there's no action and stuff, so it's going to force. Multiple people. It's going to force them to leave, work hard to get to the front. It's going to force people to scramble to get that, early post position. So I think those races they drew fantastic to set up, and just the intrigue of the different ones. We got them all, and then that's always something too. You could always get skipped by a good one. Aiming towards Lexington, aiming towards the Breeders' Crown here in a couple weeks.
Well, let's go to Barry for the rundown real quick, or I think we just missed it. Winner was Well, that's Markey. See You at the Smoke, second. Dragging You Along was third. Rain Rock was fourth. Jason, we're going to let you get back to work. Thanks for stopping over here.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Every time you stop, we talk.
Yeah, I'm just going to walk away the long way.
There you
Long way around.
Thank you. Let's send it. We'll get the rundown here from Barry in a minute. But Well, that's Markey, the 4-5 favorite, comes away the winner for trainer Melby Ober Jr., and Matt Rowe picks up the second win. And so Melby Ober Jr., the only trainer to double up in the Buckeye Stallion Series. Susan's going to try to hustle over there and see if she can get him before he hustles back. But we'll see. Well, that's Markey with the win now. Has hit the board in 9 of 10, winning 4 of them. Driver Chris Page gets his first win in the Buckeye Stallion Series. So we've had, so far through 9 races, we have had 9 different drivers win. The only 2 trainers to double up. Let's go up for the rundown.
$7.10, 50-cent try, 38.60, superfected, 93.20. Here's how they finish the 9th. Well, that's Markey, the winner. Rain Rock 4, See You at the Smoke 2, Dragons Are Fearless 7, Somewhere Up 6, Cinderlane Cruiser 8, Dragging You Along 3, Attention Span 9, I.O. Silver 5. Rechecking top down 1-4-2, 7-6-8, 3-9-5 on the bottom, 153 and 2. 10th race.
There you go. Your winner Well, that's Marky, and joined again by the owner, Matt Rowe. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Can you get all this stuff home?
We'll find a way.
What was going through your mind as they came down the stretch for this one? Because it was a battle.
Well, that colt's terrible on the front end. Coming off the pace, he's really, really good. And on the front end, I was worried when Chris had to move him to the front, but he got her done barely. So we'll take it.
Of course you're going to take it. So 2 homebreds, it's just got to be just fantastic.
Yeah,
for that feeling.
Makes it a lot more special, A lot of guys go out and buy them after they qualify, and when you see them from the first day being born and progressing until today, it's a lot more satisfying.
This horse has been special. It's now hit the board in 9 of 10 races. Did you know how special this one was going to be, too?
Well, he had a brother that was in the Sire Stake finals both years and didn't get any money in it, unfortunately, but he was in it. And I sold him to Ronnie after his 3-year-old year, and I kept a third of him, and I ended up buying him back, actually, after his 4-year-old year. But anyways, this colt's been nice. He's just kind of slow coming, but he can get home. Like up at Delaware last week, they got the half in like 59-4, went a mile 54-2. I mean, he paces back half in like 53-4, so he paced home at 26-4, about 3 starts back at Soda. I mean, he's way, way better coming off the pace, but he's just gradually gotten better and better.
A lot of people at the end of the 3-year-old season get rid of them. What's your philosophy on that? Do you keep them around as older racehorses?
Yeah, a lot of my friends, Chad Folk always gives me a hard time because I won't sell anything. But I don't. I've been doing this a long time, and probably got 2 of the best ones I've had. So
now, who's that guy that just left our picture?
That's my great nephew Wyatt. He's my
Wyatt.
He's my mascot. So
Wyatt's your mascot, huh?
I actually, my brother, he passed away. But it'll be 2 years this Thanksgiving, and then that horse is named after him. So that makes it even a little more special. Me and my brother been partners since we were kids doing this. And
well, if you keep this one around, nobody's going to say anything about that.
I don't get a lot of phone calls wanting to buy horses anymore because people pretty much know.
Now hey, Wyatt, what's it like being in the winner's circle? What's it like being in the winner's circle? You like that?
Yeah.
You give him a thumbs up.
Now, which is your favorite horse?
Matt's horse.
That's horse. There you go. All of his, right?
He likes them all.
Oh, there you go. Well, Matt, congratulations again, and continued success, and enjoy the night because
it's going to be
it looks like the party's just about to begin here with everybody hanging around.
We'll have to do a little celebrating tonight. So.
Oh, good. Congratulations. Well, we'll be back for the first of the Dayton Derbies when we return to Hollywood Dayton.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy-to-view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
Welcome back to Dayton Raceway as we get set for the final races on our card, the 4 Dayton Derbies and the Dayton Derby consolation race for 3-year-old and up Pacers. But, we were kind of chided into a trivia question, so we've come up with one for you, and Susan's got it.
I'm trying to remember what we said.
We have 4 $2 million Ohio breds. The latest 2 to join the other 2 were Charlie May and It's Academic. Both did them this year. First person to name the other 2 will be our winner today. What are they going to get?
Stuff.
We
got sweatshirts.
Okay.
We got OHH sweatshirts.
How about
hats?
a sweatshirt? And I think I've still got one, a Little Brown Jug magazine, or one of our magazines signed by Chris Page with By the Missile on the cover.
That would be cool.
So a sweatshirt and that for the person who can name, first person in the comments who can name the other 2 Ohio breds that are $2 million winners. And while everybody tries to figure that out, this is a tough one. I don't know if you can Google this one. Some of them you can Google. I'm not sure if you can Google this one. So Matt's going to keep an eye on the comments there as we run down the horses for you. So this is the consolation for the Dayton Derby, $75,000 purse for horses and geldings, 3-year-olds and up. 8 going to the gate. We're now scratched down to 7, though.
Before we start,
okay.
I just want to mention that this is the consolation, okay? The slowest lifetime mark in this race is 49-4.
Well,
this is the
it was
consolation.
50 until it got scratched.
Yes, that horse was scratched. 49-4, the slowest lifetime mark of any horse in this race.
So the number 1 is Working on a Mystery. David Miller will drive for Ron Burt. This is a 7-year-old by Captain Treacherous out of the Dragon Again mare Dragon's Tail, owned by Burke Racing Stable, M. Lehman, A. Keith, and the Wingfield brothers. 14 starts this year, 4 wins, a second, earnings of $44,500 this year. Lifetime earnings, $1,171,972. A winner last time out at Pocono back on September 23rd.
Rock Shining Star, Yannick Gingra, is up for K. Dean Gillespie. This is a 4-year-old Rockin' Image gelding that is owned by Always Finish Second Stable from Colorado Springs, Colorado. 18 starts this year, 2 wins, $59,000 in earnings, a mark of 148-2 at the Meadowlands.
The number 3 is Chase H. Hanover. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Tony Hall will be in the bike. 16 starts this year, has hit the board 10 times with 7 wins, earnings of over $134,000. Lifetime earnings, $856,000. Owned by Bottom Line Racing, and Carl Howard has won 4 of the last 5. Winner at Scioto Downs in the Open on September 16th, and finished 4th in the Ewart on Super Night.
The 4 is Scratch. The 5 is Teresi. And we're going to be back with those after this post parade.
Horses leaving the paddock headed to the track for the 10th race. Dayton Derby Consolation Grand Circuit Stake. Horses and geldings, 3-year-olds and up on the Pace versus $75,000. Scratch at 4. Anson Sancho is out sick. Number 1 is Working on a Mystery by Burke Racing Stable. Bill Lehman, Alan Keith, Wingfield Brothers. Ron Burke trains. David Miller drives. 2 is Rock Shining Star by Always Finish Second Stable, trained by Dean Gillespie with Yannick Gingra. Number 3 is Chase H. Hanover, owned by Bottom Line Racing and Carl Howard. Virgil Morgan Jr., the trainer with Tony Hall. 4 is Scratched. Number 5, Tarazi, owned by Bradley Grant and Victoria Howard. Tony Alanya, the trainer with Todd McCarthy. 6, a Buckeye Hanover, owned by William Pollock, Bruce Arvin, and trainer Andrew Harris, Dexter Dunn. Number 7 is Duke of Cornwall by Richard Palucci, trained by Tony Camilleri with Andrew McCarthy. Completing the field, number 8, Captain Kirk, is owned by Greg Luther Racing. Todd Luther trains. Sam Widger is in the sulky. Scratch the 4, win, play, show, exacted, trifecta, superfecta, wagering.
So we left off with the 5, Tarasi. Todd McCarthy up for Tony Alanya. Bradley Grant and Victoria Howard are the owners of this Racing Hill 4-year-old. 10 starts this year, 1 win, 2 seconds, 3 thirds, $90,000 in earnings. Last year, as a 3-year-old, earned $183,150. So lifetime, $273,000 plus, a mark of 47-2 at the Meadowlands.
Our other millionaire in the field is the number 6, a Buckabet Hanover. Dexter Dunn drives for Andrew Harris. 6 starts this year, 2 wins, a second and a third. This is a 5-year-old by Betting Line out of the Western Ideal mare, All Tucked Up. William Pollock, Bruce Arman, and Andrew Harris own. Last time out was in the Canadian Derby. The qualifier finished 7th. The Dan Patch over at Hoosier finished in 3rd.
I think you should take the 7.
Duke of Cornwall. Why, just because of the trainer's name, Tawny? Tawny Camilleri. Andrew McCarthy is up in the bike. See, we do this when one struggles, we try to get the other one to do it. 6 wins in 12 starts, 3 seconds this year, has earned just under $70,000, has hit the board in 4 out of 5. This is a Sweet Lou, a 5-year-old Sweet Lou, owned by Richard Palucci. Last raced at Philadelphia on the 15th and was a winner in 150-1.
See, you can tell that you've been broadcasting for a long time. I look at these names and all I can think of is, how can I get Frank to say them? There was some tough names in there. Captain Kirk, Sam Widger, up for Todd Luther. Greg Luther Racing, LLC, is the owner. This is a 6-year-old horse by Captain Treacherous out of a well-said mare, Aria Hanover. 17 starts this year with 2 wins, the fastest of those 49-1. Has a record as a 4-year-old of 47-4 at the Meadowlands. Almost getting close to that $500,000 mark in earnings, $429,000. Won his last start at Scioto Downs in 49-1.
Couple of answers. Darla says Little Rocket Man and Charlie May. Charlie May became one of the $2 million winners along with It's Academic. We're looking for the other 2, and it's not Little Rocket Man. And Marianne has Fear the Dragon and Down by the Seaside, and it's neither of those.
So this is, we're looking for 2 horses that, 2 Ohio sired horses that have won $2 million other than Charlie May and It's Academic.
You had touched on it. Let's talk about these marks that these horses do have. From the top, Working on a Mystery, 148-1. Rock Shining Star, 148-2. Chase H. Hanover, 147-4. Tarasi, 147-2. A Buckabat Hanover, 147-2. Duke of Cornwall, 49-2. Captain Kirk, 47-4. Just amazing.
And this is the consolation.
Exactly.
So what are we going to see in that Dayton Derby?
And I think the other thing, too, to point out, too, is that they were set on different length tracks. It's not all mile tracks or 5/8 or 7/8. Working on a Mystery was at Lexington, a mile. Rock and Shiny Star, Meadowlands, a mile. Chase H. Hanover at Scioto Downs, 5/8. Tarasi at the Meadowlands. A Buckabat Hanover at Woodbine, 7/8. Duke of Cornwall at Pocono, 5/8. And then Captain Kirk at the Meadows, a mile. So they're doing it at all different size tracks. So it's not just one size track that these horses are flying at. They're flying everywhere.
Absolutely. And as we said, it was nice talking to Jason Bloom, talking about these horses that are coming, and there's not.
That was the first time we mentioned his name. we sat him
Oh,
down.
yeah,
and
we didn't say
we
his-
didn't say it. It was Jason Bloom.
It was Jason Bloom,
and,
director of racing.
Exactly, and he's just done a great job. So
Yeah, and to have these horses come in here and not have a real standout. I mean, they're all great horses.
Exactly.
It's going to be the next 5 races are going to be very interesting.
right now, the favorite at even money is Chase H. Hanover. The second choice on the board at 9-5 now is your number 6, A Buck a Bet Hanover.
I think a Buck a Bet Hanover is a nice name. Kind of like Bob the Bomber. A Buck a Bet, Bob the Bomber. Good names.
Well, those are the 2 to keep an eye on with the scratch of Dancing Sancho. They will all move down 1, so now only 7 on the gate. Makes it a little easier for that outside horse in Captain Kirk. The other thing, too, to take a look at is the prices of some of these horses that were sold at auction. It goes from $200,000 for Captain Kirk, $160,000 for a Bet a Buck Hanover, to $25,000 for Rock Shining Star and $30,000 for Working on a Mystery and Chase H. Hanover.
Now, if you think about Working on a Mystery, $30,000 purchase, he's 7 years old, and he's made $1,171,000. So
I'd like an investment like that. Let's send it up to Barry Vickroy.
They're at the post of the here they go. Here off ahead, pacing Chase H. Hanover pushes the getaway, goes right to the lead. Rock Shining Star away in second. Center of the track is a Buck a Bet Hanover. Working on a Mystery is there fourth. Racing away fifth. Tarazi is followed by Duke of Cornwall and Captain Kirk at the back, the early trailer. They'll line up and drive to the quarter, and it's Chase H. Hanover and Tony Hall who front the field. They'll take them on over to the quarter. Tucked in second is Rock Shining Star. They're third. A Buck a Bet Hanover. Working on a Mystery is next in fourth. The quarter, 27-1. That's a little soft for this type of horses as they come through the lane the first time. Tarazi is back in fifth. Next is Duke of Cornwall and Captain Kirk, the back marker. It's Chase H. Hanover who shows the way. Rock Shining Stars right there to Elba in second. The Buck a Bet Hanover going along in third. Starts to peek to the outside. Working on a Mystery is waiting on the cover. Inside next, Tarazi. Then it is Duke of Cornwall and Captain Kirk. 55-1 for the half. 28 flat. Second quarter feels like a stolen half for Chase H. Hanover. He has a lead, a length and a half, a length and 3/4 as they race down the backstretch. Rock Shining Star from the pocket at 50-1. Outside of Buck a Bet Hanover, he'll start first over. Inside saving ground, Tarazi. Gapping cover, working on a Mystery. Will have to kick in gear. Then it is Duke of Cornwall and Captain Kirk. They're all by 3/4 and 121-4. 26-3. Backside for Chase H. Hanover. Inside, Rock Shining Star is still there. A Buck a Bet Hanover still looking for more. Tarazi needs racing room as they come to the top of the stretch. It's Chase H. Hanover, Rock Shining Star into the passing lane. Splitting rivals. Tarazi outside of Buck a Bet Hanover. Chase H. Hanover needs the wire. Tarazi in time in the consolation. 149-2.
149-2 for Tarasi. Gets up at the wire. Todd McCarthy for trainer Tony Alanya. And Tarasi's second win in 11 starts this year. Goes over $100,000 this year with the win and just came charging up the lane.
Just flying. I mean, and they came the third quarter in 26-3. I thought that Chase H. Hanover was not going to be caught, but
Final quarter, 27-2 for the final quarter.
We
or
talk a lot
27-4. I'm sorry.
Charlie May having bad drawing luck. Look at that horse. His last 5 starts. I mean, he was due.
Oh my gosh.
To draw a little better. I mean, he's pacing huge miles, but I mean, just gets outlasted. I mean, how do you make up quarters when they come home in 25 seconds?
And like you said, you drew a little better. I mean, it wasn't like without Dancing Sancho, you were on the outside half.
Yeah.
Third to 6, Buck a Bet Hanover. Fourth to 7, Duke of Cornwall. 5, 3, 6, 7 unofficial.
So second was Chase H. Hanover. Third was a Buck a Bet Hanover. And fourth was Duke of Cornwall. So Tarasi went off at 5-2. Looks like that was going to be the third choice. Todd McCarthy in the bike for Tony Alanya. Bradley Grant and Victoria Howard, the owners. This is a Racing Hill out of the 11 a.m. mare Voluminous. 10th lifetime win in 23 starts for Tarasi. Coming off a 9th place finish at the Hoosier Pacing Derby back on September 22nd.
Making his way into the Midland Acres Winter Circle winner of the 10th race. The Dayton Derby Consolation 5 Tarasi is a 4-year-old gelded son of Racing Hill. The 11 a.m. mare, Voluminous, owned by Bradley Grant of Milton, Ontario. Victoria Howard, Delray Beach, Florida. Tony Alanya, the winning trainer. Todd McCarthy, the winning driver. Second of the season. 10th career win for Tarasi. He'll take the Dayton Derby Consolation, 149-2.
So there you go, your winner, Tarasi, waiting for the official results. But Chase H. Hanover second, a Buckabat Hanover was third. Duke of Cornwall finished fourth. Now, if that's really any indication of the next four, we're in, buckle your seatbelts.
I want to see the replay again, because I am not sure where Tarasi came from.
Somewhere near the back of the pack.
He was.
I
think he was kind of on the inside, and got out. Boy, he came fast there.
So we'll wait for this to go official. And this was the Dayton Derby Consolation. 3-year-old and up. Tarasi, a 4-year-old gelding, picks up the win. Previous win before that was at the Meadowlands back on July 15th. Now that is official, so we'll get the rundown here from.
So we talked about earlier in these in these 5 races, we have 13 horses who have won over $1 million. That's kind of an amazing, just in that small amount of races.
That it is. A couple more guesses looks like they've come in. Scott Charlton says Nob Hill High and Down by the Seaside. Those are not correct.
10th race is official. Tarasi pays $7.20 to win. Dollar exacta, $6.70, 50-cent try, $9.45. Super effective, $14.18. The mid-card double, 1 and 5 for $1.390. The pick 3, 5-1-5, pays $14.25. Here's the official order of finish for the 10th. Working on a mystery, finished 6th, was placed 5th. Rock Shining Star finished 5th, was disqualified and placed 6th for violation of the braking rule in the stretch. Chase H. Hanover 2, 4 was scratched. Tarasi the winner. The Buckabat Hanover 3, Duke of Cornwall 4, Captain Kirk 7. Recheck top down. Place 5, DQ'd 6, 2, scratch 1, 3, 4, 7 on the bottom. Tarasi takes the Dayton Derby Consolation, 149-2. 11th race is next. It's the
so next up, it will be, here comes your replay.
Here comes the replay.
Looks like this looks like it's just going to the half here. They're just on the way to the half for this race. But the next race up, we will have the Dayton Oaks Derby. That will be for mares 3 years old and up in the trot. The purse for these next 4 races,